What's that? Okay. We trying to get out of here early tonight, but hey, the council people can put on whatever. Okay, we're getting started. It's 6 o'clock. Welcome to the City of Riviera Beach City Council meeting. Today is June the 3rd, 1926, and it is 6 o'clock, and we're about to get started now. Um, we don't plan on being in here too long tonight, so we're going to move the agenda right ahead. Uh, the first thing I would like to do is welcome the Bahamian delegation back to the city of Riviera Beach. Would you give them a hand, please? We are always excited when they come into town, the camaraderie and things that they're doing over in the Bahamas, and we're exchanging ideas. So it's always a good time when they come in. Okay, the first item on the agenda,
Mr. Guy, we need to call the roll first and do the,
that's what first item is roll call. That's what I was saying.
oh, sorry. Mayor Douglas Lawson, Chairperson Bruce Guyton,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Glenn Spiritus,
Here.
Councilperson Kashaba Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier, Councilperson Priscilla Davis Panier,
Here.
Interim City Manager William Wilkins,
Here.
City Clerk Deborah Hall is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll have the invocation and pledge allegiance led by Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Please stand.
To the flag of the United States
Of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moving down to the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions to the agenda?
Mr. Chair.
I hear Vice Chair, Spirit is first, and was it you, Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
I would like to add parking, paid parking at Ocean Mall and the Marina on for discussion at the meeting, and I'd like to
Okay,
add.
wait, so let's just slow down. Let us put it where it needs to be. So you want to add that under the discussion items?
Yes,
And what is that?
paid parking at Ocean Mall and the Marina.
Madam Clerk, what would that be? 12E?
Yes, Chairperson Guyton, that would be item 12E.
Okay, next item, please.
I would also like to add employee reimbursement for legal fees for discussion and clarification.
And that would be, Madam Clerk, 12F.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Chair, I would like to.
Wait,
okay.
1 second, my friend. Let me make my notes here. Okay, next item.
And I would like to move 11B to the consent agenda.
What is 11B? 11B is the vacant property registration contract.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I would like to keep that on regular.
Okay, no objection.
okay.
I-
Okay, we'll leave that there. Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Okay, I would like to delete item 6C, which is presentations of the 2026 Youth Council applicants. We'll bring that to our next meeting.
Wait, hold on, let me get there. That's on the presentation.
Yes, 6C.
C?
6C, yes, as in cat.
Okay.
We'll bring that for the next meeting, but in its place, though, I would like to add the Florida League of Cities Youth Council Excellence Award presentation. But if we could actually make that, put that ahead of 6B.
Could you repeat
Oh,
that?
did you want it to be 6A or you said ahead of 6B?
Well, we already have a 6A.
Okay, so move it to 6B and move 6B to 6C.
Okay.
Mr.
okay.
Chair, which item was that, please?
Could you repeat it, Councilwoman?
It'll be the Florida League of Cities Youth Council Excellence Award. That'll be what, 6B?
Mhm.
And then 6B, which is presentation and recognition of the 2025-26 graduating cohort of Youth Council, will be 6C.
Okay, anything else?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Councilwoman Davis Cornelius.
I'm just asking staff to confirm if 3B and 3C are on the agenda or off the agenda.
If what?
3B and 3C.
3B and 3C. Staff, that is a question to you. Is anything being, actually, when we get to the consent agenda,
Well, that's why
Oh,
I wanted to
if it was
ask.
going to be pulled now?
Mr. Chair, we're just adding and deleting.
Okay,
Yeah,
We're not pulling yet.
yes,
okay, very good.
consent agenda.
But
Okay, are there any more
Okay.
additions and deletions? We'll deal with that, the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to delete 3B off the agenda. I'll bring that back at a later date.
Mr. Chair, I would like to acknowledge Councilperson Shirley Lanier and Mayor Douglas Lawson as being present for the minutes.
so noted. Okay, Mayor, you were just indicating that you wanted 3, what?
that's on consent.
3B deleted off of the agenda.
Okay,
And Chair,
that's 3B. We were just discussing that.
Yeah, not removed from consent, just deleted from agenda. The staff can bring that back at a later date.
Okay, just off of the agenda completely.
Completely, yeah. Staff can
And
bring
that
that back.
is 3 what?
3B. That is the donations from the Jamaican Relief Funds to GEM.
Vice Chair Spiritus?
So Chair, my request to discuss the legal fees for reimbursement of employees may actually impact the minutes of the meeting, of the last meeting.
It may.
Yeah, I think that that I'm trying to clarify what I actually said in a resolution, in the board resolution. I think it was taken out of context and misunderstood, and I'm trying to straighten that out today.
Okay.
For the last city council meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, wait for 1 moment.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, do you have the minutes from the last meeting?
I don't have those yet, but I will get with the transcriber to get those ASAP.
Okay. We can leave it on and you can make your comments and then they'll be corrected in the transcript. Ms. Pernell Davis, Councilwoman Pernell Davis.
So I'm asking for clarification on 3C from staff.
And what kind of clarification are you asking?
Has it been removed or is it still on
No,
the
it's
agenda?
still on for consideration.
It's still on? Okay, did you get your answer?
Thank you.
Okay, let's move forward. Councilwoman, Lanier.
Clerk, run back what it is that was taken off and added, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Beginning with the consent agenda, item 3B, which is resolution 66-26, has been removed. Under awards and presentations, we have added item 6B, Florida League of Cities Youth Council Excellence. We have removed item 6D, presentations of 2026 Youth Council applicants. We have added to item 12, discussions and deliberations, item 12E, paid parking at the Ocean Mall and Marina. And we've added item 12F, employee legal fees for discussion and clarification. Do I need to repeat or do you all have that?
Councilwoman Lanier, did you get everything?
I don't have a mic.
Walter, could you send somebody down for the mic, please?
No, I think I got it. And what did you say 6B was, 1B?
I'm sorry.
Item 6B, as in boy, is Florida League of Cities Youth Council Excellence.
Award.
That item, award, that was added.
It was
And
Councilwoman Lanier.
item 6C was removed from the agenda, presentations of the 2026 Youth Council applicants. And under discussion and deliberation, item 12E was added, paid parking at Ocean Mall and Marina. And item 12F, employee legal fees for discussion and clarification.
Do you have everything, Councilwoman?
I do.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Davis Pernell. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing no discussion, I call the question. All in favor, show by roll call.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Okay, we're moving down to the consent agenda now. Does anyone want to pull anything from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I would like to move 3C from the consent agenda.
Okay, Councilwoman Davis Pernell wants to pull 3C. Madam Clerk, and where will we put that?
After consent to
Thank you.
approve The next item would be item 3C. So you would approve those items that are left on the
Then
consent
we'll
agenda.
go right into it.
And then we'll go into the discussion for Resolution
Okay.
6726.
Any other, changes to the consent agenda? If not, I'll
Mr. Chair, we do have two
Oh,
public comment cards
two
for
public comment
consent.
cards on the consent. Okay, please call.
The first speaker is Scott Lewis, followed by Lloyd Brown. The acceptance of consent comment cards is now closed.
Scott Lewis, 256 East 22nd Court. Um, I came to speak about 3B that just got pulled, and I think I ought to be able to still speak about it because I'm here, and I don't need to have to
Go
come
ahead,
back to
go
another.
ahead.
Thank you. This touched a raw chord for me because I have a small foundation that I founded 27 years ago, no employees. We have supported disasters for all those years, made it in national news, never had a full-time employee, never had a part-time. And that money all went to people that mattered. And when I read this, I did some inquiry. Now, maybe what I'm hearing is wrong, and I hope it is, because it disgusted me when I heard it. Rumor from a good source is there was $1,200 raised in this function. And you're going to debate it sometime next month. Our group raised $18,000, and we sent it down there 6 months ago. But we had committed, we only were going to have one person down there, a volunteer. Didn't cost anything to raise that money. Nothing. What I have heard is that there is a bill for roughly $18,000 from the police department for whatever fundraising event happened. I hope I am grossly wrong, but if I am right, it's abhorrent that you would waste, anybody would waste our tax dollars that we work like hell for to have a party to raise money for disaster victims. And it costs 10 times, 15 times more. And that's just the police department. That's not Public Works or whoever else was there. I am really tired of having to support parties with tax money that I got to work hard for. Everybody here works for it. I love the Bahamas. I like the sister city of Freeport. I think that's appropriate. If you're planning to spend tax dollars to ship the emergency equipment over there, I draw that line. Do not spend my money, waste it like that. It's sickening. If those numbers are correct, and you all can debate it next month, that is gross negligence. It's wrong. It ought to be a crime. It really ought to. Okay? Please get to the bottom of whatever the hell happened.
Okay. And thank you, Mr. Scott. And you kind of convoluted two different issues. One was to Jamaica for that forum,
Yes, sir.
and the Bahamas is something separate. It wasn't the 18,000 for the Bahamas.
No, yes, and to clarify, you're exactly right. It was
Okay, I just want the
18,000
record,
for
yeah.
some fundraiser for Jamaica,
Yes.
and the Bahamas, I've done countless work. You can look at our website.
All right. I just want the record to be clear.
The next speaker is
Next
Lloyd
speaker,
Brown.
How you doing? I really, I got a friend. You're gonna send money down to these places. I got a friend. He's 91. His windows are bad. His roof leak. And y'all want to take and send money, like the man said, our tax money. I mean, the Bahamas. I got friends from the Bahamas. My neighbor's a Jamaican. I told him I wanted to speak on the one about Jamaica. And what he told me, he said, that don't make sense to me. He's from Jamaica. He said, man, I've seen some people in Riviera Beach still got tops on their roof. Down in Daytura Park, you go down there, if you ride a bicycle, you could almost kill yourself. They got holes and bumps and scrapes and whatever on the ground. And then you go to Goodmark Park, the water thing, you drink water out of, I want to clean the sand out of it. So, but you're going to send money over here, like the man said, taxpayer money. Come on, you just want votes. That's why you doing it. It ain't got nothing to do with helping them people. It ain't got a dang thing to do. And then let me tell you something. When I was coming up, the city was a city. It was a city. I mean, you had black people that come out. My friends, like, they looking at me now because I told them I'm gonna talk about them. My neighbors, they don't come out. My friends don't. They hang around the PDQ or all these stores. The churches don't come out. They go to church every Sunday, maybe Wednesday, maybe Tuesday. And I don't see nothing that these people are doing. All they do is collect money. If I gotta pay to go to heaven, that don't make no sense. I mean, honestly, my mother never pushed religion on me. She never pushed it on nobody. When a person came in my house, she didn't ask them if they went to church. That was your decision. That was you. But what I'm trying to say is, y'all people here, y'all a bunch of misfits. And then to get rid of the manager, and let me tell you something. How many people, 22 people y'all said, how many people in the city? I think it's 560 people in the city. So 22 people, what percentage of that? Anybody a mathematician in here? What percentage is 22 or 560?
Mr. Brown, Mr.
No, I can turn and point to them. I'm talking, if you can't hear me, my voice loud.
Yeah.
Don't cut me no more.
Mr.
That's all I got.
Brown.
I'm gonna call fire on you because
Mr.
you don't like what I'm saying.
No,
That's why you
Mr.
want
Brown,
to
I'm just asking you to speak
they
into
can
the
hear me.
mic.
I
So
got
it'll
a
be
deep
recorded.
voice. I got a deep voice. I don't need a mic when I'm mad.
Finish
You done
your
cut
comment.
some of them- Put me some time back on there because he interrupted. And
Finish
you
your
can't do
comment.
that. You can't do that.
I did that for
No,
your
you
benefit,
can't.
for
You
people to
can't-
hear what you were
can't do-
saying.
It don't matter. You can't come in and
Mr.
stop
Brown.
me when I got my 3 minutes. Who you think you are?
Mr. Brown,
You got the
finish your
worst
comment.
yard around here, and you want the city inspector to come through and write us up. And then you want him, he want to send money overseas. And then you drink every day. And I can tell when you drunk, because you
Mr.
like,
Brown.
hey, you like a spilled
Mr.
bag of water. It
Mr.
just
Brown,
pours out.
thank you for your comment.
Y'all ain't right. You ain't right.
Okay, I entertain a motion now to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Spiritus. And I need a second. It's been seconded by Ms. Davis Bernier. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing no
Councilperson-
discussion, roll call.
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Okay, we're moving on to the item that was pulled, 3C.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we are on item 3C, resolution number 6726, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the distribution of emergency equipment to our sister city in the city of Freeport, Bahamas, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date.
Okay. Testing. I entertain a motion.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus. I need a second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Davis Bernier. Staff.
Mr. Chair, we do have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Okay. We'll entertain the public comment card first. I mean, staff comments first and then the public comment card.
Good evening, Chair, Mayor, City staff, the rest of the dais. Thank you guys for allowing me to present today. As you all know, last year, the City of Riviera Beach reestablished a sister city relationship with Freeport.
Mr. Chair, name for the record, please.
My apologies. Eric Range, Chief of Staff for Mayor Doug Lawson. As you all know, the city reestablished a sister city relationship last year with the City of Freeport, Bahamas. During their visit last year, they had a number of meetings with different staff throughout different departments and discussions on how we could partner through this sister city relationship. And there were some commitments and conversations that were made in regards to this emergency equipment. So Chief Kurd, who has retired at this time, had been working on this prior to his retirement, and unfortunately, since he has left, there has been the due diligence has not been completed on this process. We just need to be able to surplus this. We have done this as a city before with equipment that has passed useful life. We surplus it, and we have made donations previously, or to offload it on the third market as well. And so we were in the process of getting this transferred over to the city of Freeport, but then the chief has retired. So we're asking for the dais to give direction to staff to go through the remainder of the process of surplusing the vehicle so that it can be transferred to Freeport. No additional cost to the city for this. The transportation of the vehicle to Freeport is a responsibility of the city of Freeport. And so the city will not have any additional fiscal impact.
Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair Spiritus.
Eric, we have some firefighting gear, I believe, as well that's surplus. Are we going to include that in this package?
We have been previously, I would have to follow up on that, Mr. Spiritus. Previously, our fire chief had a conversation with their fire chief. We do have additional equipment, but we wanted to ensure that the equipment was apples to apples and not apples to oranges, making sure that they can actually utilize the equipment, that it fits the equipment that they have existing in Freeport. So I will have to follow up on that. At this time, we are only asking for guidance on the ambulance itself.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Davis Bernier.
Okay, so my main reason for pulling this off of consent is that I have requested that staff provide me with the required paperwork, as he said, due diligence as to what that process looks like. I did forward some information to the manager and the attorney because while I'm in support of it, I do feel like I need more information on the processing of this transaction, because this is a nonprofit to another nonprofit, and I want to make sure that the paperwork that is due by the state and that we are in line with what we are supposed to do legally to make sure that this transfer happens and it happens in the way that it's supposed to. So can you all want to give me feedback?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, City Manager.
concerning the, first, it's not a transfer to an organization. This is a transfer to the city of Freeport. So we're not going to a private organization. Our staff is running through the diligence. We do not have a procedure. We have a process that we followed in the past. That is, it goes through procurement, it goes through the appropriate department, it goes through legal, and at that point in time, we make a determination. But there is not, and one thing we're going to have to do is develop that policy and procedure to be certain that it's the same every time. But this is the process that has been followed. We're in the process of making sure we have all those assurances.
Okay, great. So the decision tonight will be to move forward with you all getting the process in place before we approve it, or what are we?
Now, we've already done our initial due diligence. It does qualify from all of the regulations that we see. The city does not have a process. I'm sorry, the city does not have a policy and procedure. We do have a process, so we're following that process that meets all of the requirements. We will come back and provide a policy to accommodate the process.
Are there any further comments? If not, we'll hear the public comment card.
We have one public comment from Doretta Paul.
Mr. Chair. After a public
Mr.
comment,
Mendoza.
Mr. Chair, I did have some comments.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and concerning 3-6, you know, we should just hold off of this, just like the concerns was about the process and making we have our due diligence that we are illegally doing this the right way. And furthermore, what about taking care of home first? We got so much here that we need to do. Our roads, our infrastructure is falling apart. So let's think about home first. And listen, I'm definitely concerned about Jamaica, Bahamas, but we have to think about home first because our infrastructure is so poorly throughout this city. So I think like they said, Mr. Wilkins said, that we're going to follow the process, make sure we have the process that's done correctly and properly. So we won't have maybe subpoenas or whatever going on further in this city. And I thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair, that's the end of public comment.
Are there any further comments from the dais?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. And first and foremost, I just wanted to appreciate the delegation. Thank you for coming and fellowshipping with us, visiting, and then also the network of building these relationships. Just to let our residents know, the sister city relationship that was established not by the mayor's office, by this entire council. It was a process of support, and this entire council supports the sister city relationship in building economic wealth, growth, and development for both communities. We know nationally that the conversation is about eliminating certain language in our code, DEI, minority participation, local participation, women businesses. So we have to do what we need to do as communities to support one another. Our goal is to provide opportunities. The delegation is here because they're offering opportunities, and we're establishing a trade mission over to the Bahamas to showcase how we as residents can actually benefit from the import of over 90% of goods that come from the United States. And a majority of that should be coming from Riviera Beach, where we have a port that goes 60 miles over to Freeport. So that's just one of the reasons, but there's so much other opportunity and support, but it's a process of fellowship, of community love, engagement. And the reason that we're donating a decommissioned ambulance is because typically this would be either donated or given away. And we've worked with the port and the Bahamas to cover the cost, so there's no additional burden. So this equipment that we would not service or keep in the regime of our vehicles, the fleet of vehicles that we have in our fire department, we're donating to an organization that is also going to reciprocate that same love, support, and development for the city of Riviera Beach as well. Our goal right now is to work with our partners. So we want to be intentional about that. And as I agree with my colleague, Ms. Davis-Pinnier, I actually wanted to pull this item to discuss the process and make sure it's properly done. And we're going to make sure that it's going to be transferred. Tonight's mission is to get support to actually donate the vehicle and make sure all documentation is properly done. Allow for staff to complete that, crossing the T's, dotting their I's, and get this shipped over so that we can continue to foster and build this relationship as a team with the city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Lawson. I'm gonna take a point of personal privilege from the chair and ask the delegation if anyone from your organization would like to say a couple of words.
Good night, everybody. We just want to say thank you again for inviting us here to Riviera Beach. The hospitality has been awesome. Once again, we want to be thankful for the donation that you guys are trying to make to the city of Freeport. We have a shortage of ambulance in the city of Freeport, and this one that's being donated to, or possibly being donated to us, will go a long way. It will be able to possibly save lives. Like they said and mentioned, we're going to foot the bill to have it transported to Grand Bahama, not adding any extra cost to the citizens of Riviera Beach. But one of the things that was mentioned by the mayor is that we want to reestablish a relationship. There's going to be some good on this end for Riviera Beach. Some economic growth. Like you said, we import 90% of our goods to the Bahamas from the United States, mainly Florida. And what we're trying to do is to tunnel that to Riviera Beach. We want to establish a directory with all of the businesses here within the city. Let the persons from the city of Freeport know that this is where we would like you guys to do business. These are our partners. And with providing such an ambulance for us, it shows the unity and strength that we want to build together between the two cities. So it's going to go a long way between the two groups. And I think that the city here has more to gain in this whole arrangement than the city of Freeport. Like I said, we spend about $500 million a year in the state of Florida, and we're trying to direct and funnel most of that to the city of Riviera Beach. And so we'll be grateful if you guys agree to provide us with the ambulance, and we will move forward in trying to build the relationship between the two cities. Good night, everybody.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay. Are there any further comments? If not, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier, Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Lanier out.
Okay, we're moving right into awards and presentations. 6A, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, item 6A is presentation from the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics.
Most ethics issues we see don't start with bad intent. They start with uncertainty. Good evening. My name is Gina Levesque, and I serve as the Intake and Compliance Manager for the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics, and as your liaison with our office. Today, I'd like to briefly focus on how ethics shows up in your everyday work and how we can support you when questions arise. The Commission on Ethics was established to promote integrity in public service, build public trust, and ensure that private interests do not interfere with public duties. We provide oversight for more than 12,000 public officials, employees, advisory board members, and certain vendors and lobbyists throughout Palm Beach County, including all 39 municipalities. What's important to recognize is that most ethics issues are not intentional. They typically arise in situations involving relationships, outside employment, vendor interactions, or decisions where there may be a perceived conflict. These are not always clear, and that's where we come in. Our role is not just enforcement, it's guidance. We're here as a resource to help you navigate those gray areas before they become issues. Whether it's a quick question or a formal advisory opinion, reaching out ahead of time can make all the difference. Advisory opinions, in particular, provide guidance based in your specific circumstances. And when relied upon in good faith, they offer protection moving forward. If there's one takeaway I'd like to leave you with, it's this. If something causes you to pause, even briefly, that's the time to reach out. You don't need to be certain there's an issue. You just need to recognize that there may be a question. You can find resources or contact us at palmbeachcountyethics.com or by calling 561-355-1915. Thank you again for your time and for your continued commitment to public service.
Thank you very much.
Because ethics isn't a moment, it's a mindset. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for the, did you say you were the executive director?
No, sir. I am the Intake and Compliance Manager.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Greatly appreciated and needed.
And
Okay.
I believe the clerk has the rest of the annual reports and guides and notebooks for you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item is the Florida League of Cities that was added by Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Yes. Ms. Kira Hester will be coming up and introducing our guests.
Good evening. So here with us in our presence, we have Ms. Erin Alcorn. She's here from the Florida League of Cities to present our two-time award-winning youth council with their excellent award. Ms. Erin, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chairman. And good evening, members of the City Council, staff, citizens, and the Riviera Beach Youth Council. As stated, my name's Erin Alcorn. I am from the Florida League of Cities, which is located in Tallahassee, Florida. And just for the benefit of the audience members, we are the statewide association for Florida's 411 cities, towns, and villages. And since our beginning, our mission has remained the same, which is to protect local decision-making, because we believe local decisions should be made by those who know their communities best. And so I do want to take a moment to say thank you to the city for being a committed member of the Florida League of Cities, and a thank you to the Riviera Beach Youth Council for being an active participant in our youth council programming. So as stated, it is my honor to be here tonight to recognize the Riviera Beach Youth Council, who was selected as a winner in our 2025-2026 Youth Council Excellence Award. So for this contest, the league asked youth councils to submit a project or initiative that made a contribution to their community. And this is a statewide competition that is open to all youth councils in the state of Florida, and only 3 projects are selected as winners. And the project that the Riviera Beach Youth Council was selected for is its anti-vape campaign, which was a community awareness initiative created to protect youth by educating them on the health dangers of vaping and the legal consequences associated with THC-related products. And recognizing that vaping has become increasingly normalized among middle and high school students, the Youth Council partnered with the City of Riviera Beach Chief of Police, the Palm Beach County School District, and the Palm Beach County Behavioral Health Coalition to deliver a campaign that included informational posters delivered to local schools, a youth town hall, recorded public service announcements, and a social media awareness campaign using youth-friendly graphics and videos. And I wanted to just read one line that they had submitted in their narrative that stood out. It said, by launching this campaign and building partnerships with law enforcement, schools, and health organizations, the Riviera Beach Youth Council demonstrated that young people can identify challenges in their community and lead meaningful solutions. And that's what I'm here to recognize and celebrate this evening. So on behalf of the Florida League of Cities, I am here to recognize you as a winner of the 2025-2026 Youth Council Excellence Award. Congratulations.
Okay, Miss Councilwoman Miller Anderson and Mayor Lawson, would y'all join so we can keep the meeting moving, please? I think the chief, are you about to join? Okay, let's get it done so we can keep the meeting moving. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, go to the mic, go to the mic.
And in addition to the trophy, the youth council also received a check in amount of $500.
Oh, nice.
Tonight, it was an honor because all of our young people on this inaugural group graduated from this youth council. So this initial group now that we started over a year ago has shown dedication and commitment. All of these young people, over 3.0 GPAs, all local students, 14 to 18, and they're all, and I believe 6 of my students are all going off to college. So that's the actual greatness that's happening. We're gonna be inducting the next class in the next council meeting, but tonight I need you as a community to give a round of applause to these young people who represent this great city. We talk about continuity in government. This is what succession planning and training looks like because we're teaching up our next leaders, our city managers, and our elected officials. So I also want to thank Santino, a special shout out for helping with that anti-vape campaign, our youth council coordinator, Ms. Kiera Hester, and our city manager for the youth council, Dr. Stalling Hayes. So Hayes Stalling. So Ms. Miller Anderson, we have
We're done.
next item. Okay, so thank you so much for the time.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna roll right into the next item with Councilwoman Miller Anderson, the presentation and recognition of the 2025 graduating cohort of the Riviera Beach Youth Council. Councilwoman Miller Anderson. And that is item 6C.
For civic engagement, we want to recognize, and these were from the leaders, the staff of the youth council. We pulled together and we decided a few members really stood out to us this year and we wanted to recognize them. So this first award, we have 2 of them. This was actually a little bit of a tie, but we have for Civic Engagement Award, a Riviera Beach Youth Council member who displayed exceptional interest and involvement in government, civic education, and community issues 2025-26, and this presented to Mr. Christopher Thurston and Ms. Zion Jemfe.
Thank you very much. I think you have 2 more awards.
All right, yeah, we got 2 more. This one is for the Legacy Award, a graduating senior whose contributions helped shape the Riviera Beach Youth Council. And she's currently not here. She's graduating. She's grown now, so she's enjoying her time with family. Ms. Trevina Walton. And this one is for Youth Council Member of the Year Award, a Riviera Beach Youth Council member who has consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership, commitment, and service throughout the year 2025-26. And this goes to none other than Reina Caballero.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all of the recipients.
We'll be done in just a minute if you would allow us to kind of savor the moment here, because these children worked very hard for a whole year, and we're trying to reward them for their commitment. We're trying to reward them for their leadership. So if you all would just indulge us for a moment, it is an item on the agenda, and so we are going to utilize this time, and we're not going to rush it. What we did, a part of the program, the children were provided a stipend. And so each one of them will receive a $500 check. In addition to, the over 100 community hours, volunteer hours that they earn. So they'll receive that as well. We're very proud of them. They represented the city very well from October up until now. We did pull off the item from the agenda where we're going to have our new group that comes. We're happy to say we are recommending those of you who are freshmen through a junior to come back next year. You did apply. You are part of the group that we're going to put forth to the city council in 2 weeks to see if you would be able to come back for us again. So we look forward to having you back on the youth council for our next year. So what we'll do now is we'll call you up. We'll take a quick pick, and then we'll give you your $500 check. All right? Zion Jempe. Kaleria Williams. Zaya McLarty. Reese Caballaro. Ayana Melvin. Genesis Salmon. Reina Caballaro. Congratulations. Leanna Garcia. Elijah Duverson. Congratulations. Supreme Melvin, our photographer. Congratulations. Christopher Thurston. Congratulations. And I think last we have Mr. Bryce Jackson. We do have one more student, Kayla Simius, but she wasn't able to make it today. So if you could just give all of our kids a round of applause, we appreciate it. And we look forward to having them here in 2 weeks to come back as applicants for the 2026-2027 school year. So if the council, would you all please come and join us, because you all did have to vote to establish this youth council. So we would like for all of you to join us. Thank you.
Everybody on me? One, two, three. One, two, three. Okay, one more. My boy, right. One, two, three.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations to all of the young people, our young leaders. They will be sitting in these seats before we know it. And we have a very bright future to look forward to. The next item is the resolution from the Office of the Mayor honoring the life of Betty Kendrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we can have all of our present and past pension board members join us at the front by the podium. And the family of Miss Betty Kendrick. Thank you to the residents watching at home. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the entire council. We're honoring the life and legacy of Miss Betty Kendrick. She served tirelessly the city of Riviera Beach for over 60 years, and she served this community with dedication and commitment. We wanted to honor her a few months ago. She's actually on the agenda a few times to honor her for her lifetime achievement. And as the board knows, I like to give flowers while they can smell them and they're here to see them. Unfortunately, we lost Ms. Kendricks a few weeks ago, and her family's here. And I wanted to make sure that we gave an opportunity to honor them with this resolution, to make sure that on the record that her legacy will always be honored for the history of Riviera Beach, because she gave so many years to Riviera Beach. So I will be reading this resolution into the record. This resolution is honoring the life and legacy of Betty Kendrick. Whereas Ms. Betty Kendrick has been a cherished resident of Riviera Beach for more than 60 years, and the city is privileged to be served as an individual who lives exemplary, compassionate, integrity, and dedication, and steadfast advocacy on behalf of others. Whereas Ms. Betty Kendrick faithfully served the city of Riviera Beach General Employees Pension Board from 1995 to 2026, dedicating a lifetime of selfless service while tirelessly advocating for and supporting the employees of the city of Riviera Beach. Whereas the chairman of the Riviera Beach General Employees Pension Board for the year 2000 to 2026, Mrs. Betty Kendrick, provided exemplary leadership, unwavering commitment through her diligence, expertise, and fiscal stewardship, was instrumental in preserving the fiscal integrity of the pension fund and saving thousands of dollars in fees over the years. Whereas the state of Florida certified public pension trustee 1999 through 2026, Ms. Betty Kendricks demonstrated professionalism, knowledge, and sound judgment for her encouragement and generous uplifting of individuals and providing stability through critical times. Whereas the enduring legacy of Ms. Betty Kendricks reflects the highest ideals of public service that define the spirit of Riviera Beach and her leadership, and an example that will continue to inspire generations. It's with deep sorrow and profound respect that the city of Riviera Beach cherishes Ms. Betty Kendricks while celebrating a life of service, unwavering dedication, and a lasting impact on this community. There, on behalf of the City Council, on behalf of our residents, we honor the life and legacy of Ms. Betty Kendricks, recognizing her dedication, her decades of distinguished leadership, and profound lasting impact she's made upon this community. The City of Riviera Beach extends a support to the family, the friends, and the loved ones of Ms. Betty Kendricks during this time, as we express gratitude for her remarkable contributions to the City of Riviera Beach, signed this day of June, 2026.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. On behalf of the children and the grandchildren of Betty Kendrick, I just want to say thank you to Mayor Lawson. Thank you to all of the members of the council. I'm trying not to be emotional. It would be remiss if I did not thank Mayor Masters, who came and got my mom back in 1995 and encouraged her to use all of her experience and administrative skills to come and serve this community. My mother served relentlessly, tirelessly. If you know my mother, you know she loved this pension board. For 30 years, my mother has never missed one meeting until the meeting preceding her death in February of this year. My mother loved serving the city of Riviera Beach, and my mother instilled in all of us a love to serve our community. So we just really, really, really want to thank you for acknowledging her life and her legacy.
Thank you to the board. Thank you for the time of any of the board members.
Yes, does anyone else standing there, Cynthia Beckton, others?
Good evening. I'm Cynthia Beckton, a member of the City of Riviera Beach as a resident, but I'm also a member of the Pension Board. I have two members here with me. We are a 7-member board, and to you right now, we do have 2 vacancies that need to be dealt with. Councilperson Guyton, I know you are very familiar with pension issues. We appreciate some of the things that you've done along those lines. I do want to share with you that the other 2 persons that are here with me may want to say something. We are very, very grateful for the legacy that Ms. Kendricks left. It was one of dedication, of commitment. She was very, very, very concerned about the general employees, and they needed to be served in an effective way. Sometimes general employees don't quite get everything that they should. That's unfortunate, because if you think about your city's infrastructure, so much of that is possible because of the work of your general employees. So it was critical, it was important to us that this fund was very moved forward. I do want to share with you that it is fully funded. We are at 100%. So you do not have to worry about the general employee pension fund. We're doing just fine.
Thank you, Ms. Beckton. Does anyone else, would anyone else like to say anything very quickly?
Good evening. It appears that they put me on the spot, but that's okay. I want to first of all say thank you to the board for your continued support. Ms. Kendrick was instrumental in my life. She was very outspoken on the board, extremely outspoken on the board, but we respect it. And when I say the board really respected her position and her opinion as the chair of this board, because she served for many years. She developed relationships, and she was able to, for the newcomers at the time, several years back when I joined the board, she was able to guide me and direct me in the right direction. So for that, I am very grateful. And my condolences again to the family for their grateful loss. And thank you again for your continued support. And Mayor Lawson, we appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my grateful gratitude to Mrs. Kendricks, who I work with when I was on the police pension board. I served as chair a few years, so 4 years. We would go to conferences together. She's always been an inspiration and very knowledgeable about what she did. Thank you very much. And we certainly appreciate you coming tonight, recognizing a legend in our community.
Definitely our condolences.
Thank you. What's that? What are y'all about to take a picture? Okay, but we can. Okay, we're moving on to the next item now. The next item is number 8. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. We are on item 8A, ordinance 4284, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a small-scale future land use map amendment to change the land use designation from recreation to community facility, submitted by CORE and PGAL Inc. on behalf of the City of Riviera Beach for the purpose of constructing a new police department headquarters generally located at 1621 West Blue Heron Boulevard and identified by property control numbers 564342, 2904, 007, 0181, and 564342, 2904, 007, 0010, and 564342, 2904, 008, 0010, along with 2 abandoned public right-of-way, providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of the cards is closed.
Thank you very much. I entertain the motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Miller Anderson.
You moved it? Councilwoman Miller Anderson moved it. It was seconded by Vice Chair Spiritus. We normally go to staff. I think that we've seen this presentation at least 3 times now. Nothing has changed. Do we need a presentation?
I just wanted to have the city attorney to give us an update on the lawsuit that has basically held up the continuation of this project, to give us an update in terms of where we are with that and how long we have to wait to break ground with this project.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Ms. Lanier, yes. A motion for rehearing, as you all know, was filed in this case. It was denied by the court. However, there is an appellate time that has to happen, and it's 30 days. That will end on July 1st. If nothing is filed by July 1st, then we can move forward.
Okay,
Uh,
so we need to have a groundbreaking after 7/1.
Correct, if nothing is filed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any further comments before I go to public comment? Public comment, please.
Mr. Chair, we have 2 public comment cards. The first will be Cindy March. The second will be Dr. Julie Botel.
Good evening, Council. Cindy March.
Good evening.
I just want to ask, what's the reason for not putting the police station back where it should be? They do need a police station, and they've been long need a police station, and I'm for a new police station. I'm not against it. But being that they did not cross their T's and dotted their I's and was very misleading information, I feel though, let us know why, and a $35 million bond to build a police station when it's the city property anyway, and the traffic is terrible there. There's already a school there. You got to go across 3-4 lanes, and that's a hazardous. You know, why not put it back where it's supposed to go, by the city hall? What's the reason for not putting it back there? And we almost bunded out of money. If we're not bunded out of money, where the kids gonna go? They don't have wells, they don't have takes. Now we're talking about taking away Barracuda Bay when we can refurbish Barracuda Bay for our kids. Barracuda Bay was never there to make money, never. Because if it was bad managed. Because if so, they would have been repaired Barracuda Bay. It wouldn't have got to the point where you all feel like it needs to be demolished. And I'm just asking for them to rethink this because they did not cross their T's and dot their I's before they got this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Dr. Julie Botel.
Thank you. Good evening, Julie Botel, Singer Island, Riviera Beach. Once again, I'm here to urge approval of this ordinance and to keep the new police headquarters at the Barracuda Bay site. Riviera Beach has been discussing a new police headquarters for decades. Millions of dollars have already been spent on planning, engineering, and development. Meanwhile, our police officers continue to work from a temporary leased facility that was never intended to be a permanent headquarters. By some estimates, that lease is costing taxpayers as much as $700,000 every year. And every delay means more lease payments, more inflation, more redesign costs, and more taxpayer dollars spent. The city's own analysis identified the Barracuda Bay site as a practical solution with sufficient space and lower development costs than some alternatives. Changing course now would mean reopening years of work, revisiting decisions that have already been made, and risking additional years of delay. And this is not just another city building. It must support the specialized operations required by a modern police department. Every day, we ask our officers to protect us. The least we could do is provide them with a headquarters designed to do their job. I also believe it's important to remember that the Barracuda Bay site was part of a bond program presented to the voters of Riviera Beach. 71% of voters approved that bond program. 71% said, yes, we want that there. At the last meeting, council was warned that moving the project to a different site could create additional legal, financial, and funding complications, could require redesign, and result in further delays and expense. That should concern every single taxpayer. I also know, as was just mentioned, that litigation has been filed challenging this project, but the existence of a lawsuit should not automatically bring progress to a halt. This council's responsibility is to make the decision that's right for Riviera Beach, and then defend that decision through the appropriate legal process. Don't let the threat of litigation become another reason for yet more delay. A police headquarters has been studied long enough, debated long enough, and delayed long enough. Our officers have waited way too long, and our taxpayers have paid enough. Riviera Beach deserves better than another round of delay. I respectfully ask you to approve this ordinance and to keep the project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any other discussion on the dais? If not, Madam Chair, please go. I'm sorry.
Can I say something?
Oh.
Just real quick, Mr. Chair. Let me just go on record as saying that I have spoken out about the location for a long time. I am an educator. I live in that area. I work in that area. And I still have a lot of concerns about the safety, about us losing an asset to our community. Like I said, I've spoken to law enforcement officers from the school district, outside the school district, who also believe that that place is not ideal for the station. However, with the 35, I cannot, with all that we are going through right now, I cannot see losing out on the 35 million. Is that correct? $35 million
Yes, it's
bond.
35 million.
So, but I do want to go on record to say why I, have not supported it along for this long. But the $35 million is, we can't afford to lose that. So, just wanted to say that.
Thank you for the comments. Are there any further comments? Dr.
Chair.
Spiritus.
Yeah, I have similar concerns as Councilwoman Pinheiro said. The location, it doesn't make any sense to me. The people who made a decision to put it in this location and to take down a $23 million aquatic center that is really in very good shape, quite frankly, to take down a $23 million facility and turn it into dirt for a new police headquarters when we did have other locations to put the police station. But as my colleague said, I don't want to stand in the way of the police department getting their station. These were decisions that should have been made a long time ago. I don't think they were properly made. I did read, by the way, the case laws that council gave to me that were used as one of the reasons why we may not be able to move the police headquarters to a different location based on bond counsel. I read those 3 cases that were given to me. Actually, they showed just the opposite. They showed that we could move it because we were very honest to the public. We said that we were going to have the ability to move any component or change any component of the police station if we felt it was in the public good to do so. But regardless, I'm going to support this project because I believe we have to move forward with the police headquarters. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there any further comments?
Mr. Chair?
Councilwoman Lanier and then Mayor Lawson.
Thank you.
To say that when it comes to this police station, this was something that this council did 7 years ago. There were 8 to 10 charrettes for community input into where this would go. The city looked into where, we looked into how much it would cost us. We decided on a location because we own that land. The city put together a item that went to the voters with the knowledge of this is where it was going to go, this is how much it was going to cost. 71% of those voters said, yes, we want it there and we want to spend this money to actually get it done. And I think that these things that happen in terms of these 8 to 12 charrettes, this predated the 2 council people here. So I can understand their position in terms of having it a different place, but this had already been done years before these 2 got here. And the fact that there were charrettes, there was community input, and there was a bond that went to the voters. The voters decided this. It wasn't just this board. The voters said to the city, to us, that this is what we want. So I want to make it clear that this was not something that this board by itself decided. This was something that the voters decided.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Lawson.
Thank you. I echo those exact same comments. Thank you, Ms. Lanier. Those were the concerns and the thoughts that I had. Absolutely supporting this, spending years of actually vetting this process and understanding that this location was properly vetted by the staff. The taxpayers voted over 60% to support this bond, almost 70%. The initiative was to bring it to this location for this amount of money that they were willing to support, and that was the understanding. So this wasn't a decision of the council, as one of my colleagues said. This was the community that actually decided on this, and I wanted to see this get done. I want to make sure that we cross every T moving forward for our staff and make sure that this process is not delayed anymore. Unfortunately, we're at these discussions because we continue to delay this process. Let's get this station built. Our police officers deserve this, and they've been working on this tirelessly for years. Thank you, Major Thomas, for the work that you've done with developing this, and to Development Services for bringing it to us. But colleagues, if we can unanimously support this, this would be great to continue to move Riviera Beach forward.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor Lawson. Vice Chair Spiritus.
So I just want to make it very clear that my colleague, the 2 new members of the council, myself and Councilwoman Panier, we voted to add $20 million to this project. That's how much we believe in our police department and building a new police station.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there any other comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus.
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving right into item 10. Item 11A.
Item 11A, Resolution 90-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a site plan application submitted by Core and PGAL Inc. on behalf of the City of Riviera Beach for the construction of a new police department headquarters generally located at 1621 West Blue Heron Boulevard and identified by property control numbers 5643422904, 0070181, 5643422904, 0070010, and 5643422904, 0080010, along with 2 abandoned public right-of-way, providing for conditions of approval, providing for an effective date, and for other purposes. Mr. Chair, we have 1 public comment card for this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Thank you. I entertain a motion. It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Davis Panier. We have had this presentation before too. It's related to the item we just voted on. I don't need a presentation. Does anyone else up here need a presentation? If not, we'll move to the public comment card, please.
We have one public speaker, Cindy March.
Once again, let's keep in mind, we can agree and disagree. Everybody have the right to their own opinion. So to come out and try to input the same similarity of how you feel about something ain't worth a hill of beans. Give the other people a chance to speak their opinion, whether we agree or not. We all agree with the police station need a new the police officer need a new police station. We're not in disagreement with that, but cross your T's and dot your I's. The Barracuda Bay was stated to be in place until 2032. You all didn't go and do your research, because if you did, you would have put the right things in place when you brought this presentation years ago up to the board. Whether 71% of the residents agreed or whether 10% agreed. You didn't do your homework. You all was very misleading. You had a person like a city manager up here being shielded by what you present all the time, with a bunch of lies, and it needs to stop. The only way we're going to move this city forward is being honest and transparent to our residents and our taxpayers when you come and present a project that you want to pass that's suitable for you. We all understand the first person we're going to call on is our first responder. I love the police department. This is the best police chief we had in many years. So I'm not doubting that. But let people on this board have their opinion, just like you all have a bunch of lies.
Thank you for your comments. Are
Mr.
there any-
Chair, that's the end of public comment.
Thank you. Are there any further comments from the dais? If not, Madam Chair, please call the question. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Okay, next item is, did we move 11B?
No, sir. We are on item 11B, resolution number 0226, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the execution of vacant property registration contract to provide vacant property registration with the top-ranked firm, Hera Property Registry, LLC, obtained through a request for qualifications, number 1186-25-4, for an initial 3-year period with an option to renew for 2 additional 1-year renewal options, provided that Hera Property Registry LLC shall remit 50% of each collected registration fee to the city, and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, we do not have comment cards on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
I will entertain a motion for approval, please.
So moved.
Been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Staff, would you give us a brief summary with this?
Hello, good evening, Chair, Council, and the public. Resolution number 2-26 is seeking approval for a organization called Hera Property Registry LLC to provide vacant property registration. And they were the the lowest bidder, the lowest qualified bidder as a result of solicitation 1186-25-4.
And exactly what will they be doing?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
For the record, Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services. The Code Compliance Division operates under the state's enabling legislature, allowing cities to establish a vacant property registration program. This allows cities to stay on top of vacant properties to ensure that we are applying the appropriate level of oversight for landlords and absentee landlords that may not otherwise maintain those properties. So having them registered allows us to provide better oversight and ensure maintenance of those properties until they are occupied once again. And this company verifies those roles to make sure anything in foreclosure is properly registered, so we can do that.
So they help to monitor vacant properties and make sure that they are maintained until they are occupied.
They bring to our attention any properties that have gone into foreclosure so that we can, as soon as possible, know that a property has become vacant, and our staff continues to be the eyes on the road, eyes on the ground, so to speak, to ensure that those properties continue to be maintained, cut, trimmed, and that they don't become a nuisance to the neighborhood.
Okay, are there any further questions?
Chair?
Yes, Vice
Yeah,
Chair Spiritus.
I would just, Director Sermons, I would just, as I said to you during the briefing, it's important that when we get this information, and the city should look into turning some of these code violations into liens on the property and foreclosing, because a lot of these properties are owned by absentee landlords. They're there for investment purposes. They're waiting for as long as they can to increase the value. They know the value is going up every year. We don't want to let them sit there with abandoned properties, properties that are not being kept. I think it would be very good if we sent a message to a couple of these absentee landlords that the city will not stand for this type of situation in our community.
Mr. Chair, if I may, no, anytime the city goes in to cut, maintain, or do any work on the property, we do record that as a code enforcement lien on the property. So that happens in every instance. However, going to the extent of foreclosure, we'll make sure we discuss that with legal to make sure we're applying as much pressure as necessary to ensure our neighborhoods are high quality.
Thank you.
Okay, any further comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes?
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Okay, we have one more item before we'll go into public comment. Item 11C.
Mr. Chair, we are on resolution number 186-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the execution of a lot clearing, cutting, and related services agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and Fresh Start Maintenance, Inc. and Arborea Landscape, obtained through invitation to bid 119-25-4 for an initial 3-year period with an option to renew for 2 additional 1-year renewal periods, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make payments from 1011-7104-531000 and providing an effective date. Mr. Chair, there are no public comments on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
I entertain the motion for approval.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Spiritus,
Second.
seconded by Councilwoman Davis Panier. Staff.
Yes, Latanya Ammons, Director of Procurement. Resolution number 186-25 is seeking approval of a contract with 2 companies that will be Fresh Start Maintenance and Arborea Landscape and Tree LLC to provide lot clearing, cutting, and related services as needed by the Development Services Division.
Are there any questions from the board, from the council? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson, Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you, staff. We'll move right into public comment now. It's actually, I don't want to start earlier than what it's supposed to be. Someone will say we started early. Let's do one.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you can go ahead and start, and then she can continue to take cards until you stop at 7:30.
Okay. That. Let's start public comment.
Mr. Chair, we have 11 public comment cards. The first speaker is Annette Dragon, followed by Scott Lewis and Rochelle Hughes.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Annette Dragon, Riviera Beach. First off, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Guyton for actually getting today's meeting started at 6 o'clock on the dot. Compliments. Second thing, could everybody please speak directly into their microphones when they're speaking? We're not hearing too well at the back. Clarity would help. Now, I actually have done some digging around in public records, and I pulled some items from public records with the help of Ms. Hall and her department, particularly a lady by the name of Pamela, thank you, about personnel evaluations. Random titles, job titles, and I got the information. One of them, the last review was done in 2017. One of them, the review was done in 2020. One of them was done in 2022, one in 2023, and a bunch of them that have never had a review. What I would like to suggest is that City Council and the staff at City Hall actually put together some kind of way of utilizing an annual review on a standardized form. All of the reviews that I received were in different formats. These need to be standardized and they need to be done on an annual basis. And I believe that they need to be done by their immediate superior of that particular position and a council member. Next item on my shopping list. There's a lack of response apart from one person on City Council to emails that are sent out. Also lack of response from Mr. Mayor. I sent stuff out to Mr. Mayor 3 weeks ago after his town hall meeting and never got a response. I do know that Mr. Range actually pointed it out to you, but I don't know whether you read it, whether you thought about it, or whether you even think it should be responded to. In my opinion, if I get an email from somebody, I send a thank you note and I'll get back to them if I haven't got an immediate response. That's common courtesy. And finally, this one's directed at the interim city manager. When are we going to get our roads resurfaced and restriped in Lone Pine? This was supposed to have been done last October. It hasn't happened yet. Can we get some kind of clarity as to when that is going to happen? Thank you.
Thank you for your
The
comments. Next speaker.
The next speakers are Scott Lewis, Rochelle Hughes, and Lloyd Brown.
Scott Lewis, 256 East 22nd Court. I have heard, I'm on the audit committee, as you know, and I've heard that the bond repayments, because I've been asking here and in the audit committee, would we please get a future 5-year, what is a resident going to have to pay on all their property taxes and the hidden fees that are built into the Riviera Beaches plans? We've never gotten that. But what I did hear was that the bond repayment, even though you're spending the money already, today you've spent millions starting up with the police department, the fire stations are built. The bond repayment conveniently starts happening with us, not this year, conveniently after next year's election of the council. So it's going to be hidden what the real costs are to us till after the election. You know, I really, really want to see some effort to reduce all the tremendous waste that is so obvious to the residents. I mean, you aren't an employment agency. You're not a pickleball court manager. Employees don't need private saunas. We don't have to have this huge special events funds, which is always supported by other parts of the city and costs taxpayers $500,000 plus a year. And last year when I came to the tax meeting, the biggest topic you all talked about was the $500,000 wasn't enough. You wanted more. You know, I'm glad, I'm not sure whether I'm in support of it, but I'm glad Tallahassee last night shook the hell out of local governments, because it's time. Y'all need to wake up. You're probably after the 125% water bill increase that's coming to all of us. I don't doubt this will be the highest taxed city in Palm Beach County. And yet it's one of the poorest cities. But you build the most expensive fire stations in the county, and you build the most expensive water plant, I believe in the state. You know, it's got to stop somewhere. Please start thinking about austerity. Think about your residents that pay the tax money to support this. This is not a slush fund. This is not, I mean, I have an old thing my father used to say to me. He said, you know, you need to sit by and watch. He said, because there's an old saying that pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered. Y'all need to wake up, please. Help us.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Rochelle Hughes, followed by Lloyd Brown and Derek Dorset.
Good evening, Rochelle Hughes, Lone Pine Estates. Honestly, I don't even know what I was going to be saying because I just got all flustered. But I do want to make a comment. I'm very happy about the police station and that approval. I think it's great. Our officers deserve a facility where they can do everything right in one place. I also want to commend the officers, Officer Gordon, Major Kamon, Chief Coleman, and Officer McFadden. There's a little bit of I'm not going to say an issue, but the Rapids Water Park has started back their Friday evenings, adult evenings from 6 to 10. And there's a little bit of an issue with the DJ music. And it's loud and we can hear it. I can hear it inside my house, the front of the house, outside the house, whatever. So they're helping me with that. So I just want to say kudos to them for being there and helping me with that situation. And that's all I got.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Lloyd Brown.
I think
Derek
he left.
Dorset. Emilio Brown.
Wait, I think Mr. Dorset is here.
Okay, so it's Derek Dorset, Emilio Brown, and then Cindy March.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. D.A. Dorset, city resident. Haven't been here in a while, but I'm here now. I got a few things I need to bring up. I did bring it up to Councilman Bruce, so he knows some of these things. Signs for Cunningham Park that will tell park users to clean up behind themselves. I live right there on 30th in the 1400 block, and I walk every morning. I see dog poop. I see all kinds of, when these guys come and play at night, they basketball, they leave a bunch of trash. So we definitely need to do something with that. Need some serious signage there. And we need to get after the people that's leaving it. We're trying to keep our city clean like other cities, Tequesta, Jupiter, Wellington, and so on and so forth. I'm looking for a location to pass out food boxes. So I need a location, hopefully that the city can help me do that. Because right now, a lot of people need food. I have the ability to get the food, but I don't have a location. Issue with cars not stopping on S Avenue between 29th and 30th. Right there where the school, right there where the Cunningham Park is. I almost got ran over twice. And there's no way they don't see me with this red hat on. These people are just flying right through the stop. They're not even stopping. They're just slowing down and keep going. Even if there's children right there wanting to get across. There's a guard at one end on 29th, but she can't be at 30th. So I even had to last week stop a car from passing through that so the kids can go across the street. So that's a major problem. I'm surprised nobody has gotten killed there. Because the way they rip and run, and our avenue and 30th is a problem too. Mobile food trucks, rules and regulations.
Whoever phone that is, please turn it off or the volume down. Sorry about that. You can have your time back too. Go ahead.
I just got the, can I get some more time, please? Rules and regulations for that. All of the food trucks that are out right now, and I know there's like 3 or 4 of them, they're not legal. They're in violation. Based on the rules and regulations I just read, All of them in violation, and y'all been letting it go for years. I've been wanting to start my own food truck, but you have so many requirements, it's hard to do that. I would like to start a green market as well, Saturday and Sundays. That's something I'm looking into. Unleashed dogs, that's a problem. And I want to say big thanks to the maintenance crew for doing their job out there. I see them doing it, picking up, but they shouldn't have to pick up everything that's in the park. We need to make these people that come and utilize the park pick up their own trash. So I just want to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speakers are Emilio Brown, Cindy March, and Michael Jordan. Emilio Brown, Cindy March, and Michael Jordan. Following Michael Jordan will be TK. So it's Cindy March, Michael Jordan, and then TK would be the next speaker.
Good evening again, council. I first of all want to thank whoever ideal it was to collaborate together to make a wrong a right and bringing Josh back on board as an employee because I felt like it was done unfairly. That's why we should have did what we were supposed to have done, but we should have completed the job that same night. That way it wouldn't have caused that. Number two, once I put that on social media can help you or hurt you. You should see the comments in my inbox about Mr. Josh. It was very nice. We cannot come in here just because an employee can't have their way, then you're gonna diminish somebody else's reputations or character because you feel like you've been here 3 years and you don't have a title and he can't tell you what to do. It's not about the title. What good is showing up for a job if you're not gonna do the job? Don't care who the boss is. Don't care what color creed they are. Don't care because you have to follow protocol. And I felt like it was so good to bring Mr. Josh back. So whoever ideal it was to bring him back, I thank you. And that's what you call great leadership. That's what you call great management. That way all the employees don't get stuck in the sandbox and then be walking around here timid with like they on ice shells or egg shells coming to their job every day. You all don't know what it is to not know when you don't have a job because of he say, she say. And that's not fair. And the person that reached out to me, that called himself a whistleblower, he reached out to me first. And I documented everything he said. And I told him I will have a discussion with Mr. Josh, but I don't work for the city. I said, but I will have a discussion because he was one of the picks that I picked when they interviewed everybody here. And I went back to the young man. After I found out Mr. Josh got his job back, he called me. The guy called me. I said, I'm glad I didn't come to this microphone like I had an Easter speech because I would be embarrassed. There's two sides to any story. We can agree and we can disagree, and I can't say that enough. But we have to be honest to one another in order to move this city forward. I don't care what color you is. It's just that simple. I do want to thank you. And for us, a pavement or whatever you need on your street back in October, this assistant, this manager here, he was not the manager. So I don't need addressing all your problems to him because he's not here to stay. Whoever you address your problem to in October, you should have looked and see that job was done then, and that will be Mr. Evans.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Michael Jordan, followed by TK and JB Dixon.
Good evening, council, and everybody in their respective places. I hope everybody had a great day. I want to say, first of all, I thank you, Mr. Guyton, for starting on time and pushing this meeting right the way it needs to go. I know I have witnessed this before and noticed this and never said nothing about it. I'm saying it tonight with respect to everybody. If it rubs you the wrong way and the shoe fit, only thing I could do is tell you to wear it. Everybody up there, past and present, to me is of vital importance. You make decisions, you vote on different things, and that's to be respected. Whether I like it or not, I'm not up there. You know what I'm saying? I can make my decision at the polls. But to make some comments to make people think because they are new or they were not here when things happen, that their opinion don't matter, I think that's so disrespectful. I think that's very disrespectful. I want you to know, Mrs. Pena Davis and Mr. Spiritus, you have the right. You're up there. I don't care if you was up there by default. You have a right to your opinion. You have the right to agree or disagree. It does not matter who like it or who thinks that you shouldn't be there because you won by default or it didn't happen whenever they made a decision years ago. This is my thing and what's important to me. You're there, stay there until it's your time to leave. Look at things very carefully. Make your decision when you know you're supposed to make it. Vote against whatever you want to vote against. Doesn't matter what the audience say. Doesn't matter what I say. Do your job. Because some of them that have been there for a very long time, I didn't like a lot of the opinions that they gave, but I respected it. Even though I know a lot of them wasn't fair and there was a lot of shaky stuff going on. But like I said, I respected that. All I want everybody to do is work together as a team and respect one another. Second of all, the accountability. Stop treating public funds like it's a home-based business, okay? We have to respect everything, and you have to respect the residents of Riviera Beach. That's of vital importance. And I don't think what I'm saying is disrespectful. You know, it's the truth. If you think it's disrespectful, that's your opinion. I respect that. But I know I'm not being disrespectful because I practice respecting everybody. I welcome you back, Mr. Wilkins, for the temporary time that you're here because I followed you years ago. You always did an excellent job. So just keep doing what you're doing. And I want the entire council to do that. I thank you for what you're doing with the youth, but I have to watch my behavior. And if they're going to be our future, you need to watch your behavior as well. And I hope all of you have a good night.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is TK, followed by J.B. Dixon, excuse me, and Dolores Williams.
Oh, I'm sorry, who?
TK, J.B. Dixon, and
TK,
then
you're
Dolores
TK?
Williams.
That's me.
Okay. TK Soul?
How you doing? I'm sorry?
No, that's a soul artist.
Oh,
TK
okay. I
Soul.
thought maybe you meant like TK Waters up in Duval County. I know it's common. Thank you. My name is Tanyel Pushakian. I go by TK, 441 32nd Street in West Palm Beach. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and residents of Riviera Beach. My name is Tanyel TK Kushakian, and I'm a candidate for the Port of Palm Beach Commission. Now, I want to start by thanking the City Council for your service and your continued commitment to the residents of Riviera Beach. And I'm here tonight because I believe the Port of Palm Beach is one of the greatest economic assets in Palm Beach County. It is more than a port. It is an economic engine that supports jobs, commerce, and opportunity throughout our region. The port's business is business, and no community has a greater stake in the port's business and success than Riviera Beach. Today, the Port Palm Beach Commission should be creating jobs, attracting new business, and planning for the future, not sitting in gridlock. Unfortunately, for the past 8 months, one of the 5 seats on the Port Commission has remained vacant, the longest vacancy ever in the history of the Port Commission. Regardless of politics or personalities, I believe that Palm Beach County deserves a fully seated, fully functioning Port Commission. A vacant seat means one less voice representing the community and one more obstacle to moving important projects forward. Whether it's attracting additional cruise ships, expanding economic opportunities, strengthening relationships with local businesses, or pursuing regional development goals, we need a commission that is focused on progress, not paralysis. I also believe the residents deserve a transparency from their government. The people of Riviera Beach should be able to watch Port Commission meetings from their homes just as they watch City Council meetings. It's pretty simple. Government works best when the public can see decisions being made, ask questions, and hold elected officials accountable. Transparency shouldn't be an afterthought. It should be a core principle of good government. My campaign is built around 3 priorities: more jobs, good governance, and greater economic opportunity. As someone who grew up here in Palm Beach County, attended our public schools, became the first person in my family to graduate from college in the United States, and built a career working in government, critical infrastructure, economic development, and public policy, I understand both the challenges and opportunities facing our community. I also live just a stone's throw away from Palm Beach, Port of Palm Beach, in the north end of West Palm. So this isn't just an issue that is distant or theoretical to me. The success of the port affects my family, my neighborhood, and my region. Throughout my career, I've worked on some of Florida's largest infrastructure and economic development initiatives, and I know how to build partnerships, solve problems, and bring people together to move projects forward. The Port of Palm Beach has tremendous potential, ladies and gentlemen, but potential alone doesn't create jobs. Potential alone doesn't attract investment. Potential alone doesn't strengthen communities. Intentional leadership does. I'm running because I believe we can build a port that is transparent, accountable, more competitive, and focused on creating opportunities for Riviera Beach residents and for all of Palm Beach. Please go to
Thank you for your
tkforport.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is J.B. Dixon, followed by Dolores Williams and Doretta Paul. The acceptance of public comment cards is closed.
J.B. Dixon from Singer Island and Riviera Beach. Since our city council is also the board for our utility district meeting, I want to address the entire situation of Josh Neiman. Among all the talk and the burbling about transparency, there has been no transparency at all. We had a district director. His name was Lowe. Y'all fired him. Then you went on what you described as this massive search for the perfect utility director. So you got in this Josh Neiman, who you seem to think very well of. Shortly after he came here, you fired him. Then, no explanation. Where is the letter of termination for Josh Neiman? I would like to see it. It's part of public record. After you fired him, with no explanation, you brought him back. Also, with no explanation. Supposedly, there was an internal auditor report. Was there? If so, we would like to see it. I understand there's a bit of a record behind this gentleman. And no, I don't want to see him come back after he was fired with no explanation. Either he was not fired fairly, or he's guilty of something, in which case we don't want him back. Where's your explanation? I would like to see it before we leave this room tonight. And please don't carry on about transparency when you are not providing any of it. Why was this man not put on paid administrative leave like the previous director was, Lowe? Why was he fired? No explanation to bring him back. Obviously, the acting city manager brought him back, but please don't try to tell me that one or more of you did not direct him to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Dolores Williams, followed by Doretta Paul.
Pity everybody, the citizens council. I don't know what I need to say up here about. They saying bringing up stuff that was supposed to have been taken care of 7 and 8 years ago, 12 years ago. Now you say these new council.
Could you talk into the mic, please?
New council and chairman is responsible. And about Mr. Josh, I met with all those 5 applicants that was for the water plant. You all up there decide that he was a good person. I'm glad he's back. You brought him back. I don't know what happened, but I know we was leaving a meeting you had there with the mayor, and somebody ran up to us and say they just walked Josh off the premises. I've seen some other been walked off the premises from their job. If he was brought back to do a job, to me, it felt like, I don't believe Mr. Wilkerson did it, but I think I can go back and could talk to him and I'll find out how it really happened. Because Josh, he was doing a good job. It's more than this side of that and that side of that. Open the whole book up and see. Look at the continents and see what it's saying in that book of what's been going on. You got people been up there, they didn't even care about this city. They say they did, but I don't think they did. 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 years. Nothing was done. Now you got these new people up here, and I hope we don't start that junk again by getting rid of Ms. Davis and Mr. Spear, talking about how he got in here. There was a lawsuit. He defended the thing that challenged
And y'all always want to hear about the judge. The judge ruled. Did the judge rule for him? Did she walk in because the mayor didn't want to run for a seat? Nobody challenged her seat, but she's there. Look up the reasons. And I think Mr. Joshua, if he felt like that, if he wanted to come back and work here for the city, because you know you had Mr. Evans when it first happened, and he wasn't intended to come back here. But as you had some people got him say, we worked and we worked and we worked till we got him back here. So I wish y'all to stop trying to put this blame on this new council. It seemed like y'all, you had the one and the yes and the no. When they're supposed to say yes, they say no. When they're supposed to say no, they say yes. Look at them for what they've done here up here. You say you want this city to move? I don't think so. You got those stone-faced, stone-hearted, don't want to do nothing but say what it should have been. Let's see what it can be today for the future. We're not going back to the past. We're going for the future. Don't be trying to set up these new rules, and you didn't set up when another person was there. You didn't care about it.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The last speaker is Doretta Paul.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and I just want to say a comment concerning Chair Guyton. When the youth council was up here, you were saying, okay, let's move this meeting along, but they hadn't even finished their presentation. And you're doing that to our young youth who will possibly be on the board, be an attorney, be a city manager. You can't do that. You have to have respect for them. And I thought that was very wrong for you to say, okay, let's move this meeting on. And the entire project hadn't been fully told. Because they're doing remarkable things, these youth. And also the council people who's navigated this council for them. And I went to the city, Miss Deborah Hall, who's the city clerk, and she was very gracious because I really wanted to know what happened with Mr. Nielsen. And I wanted to see about an audit, and what I got from her was that the price of this generator, it was $678,000, and that not operable. And I just wanted to find out, when you fired him, Mr. Wilkins, the city manager, and you rehired him, like other people want to know, what happened? What happened to make you bring this man back to the city? And why was he fired initially? And is there an audit report on this generator? Because we need to know. This is our taxpayers' money, and does this generator even work? Is it operable? Is it? Because this is our taxpayer money that when we get starting September, October, our bill is going to be enormously high. And as far as this TIF fund, I have to go back on it each time because I just want to find out, what are you all going to plan to do with that money? When are you going to have some of that money go to the residents who cannot pay for their water bill? Another issue came up when you had U.S. Sugar. I think his name is Mr. Miller. And he was saying that he needs to stay here a little longer because some people not getting acclimated. And Mr. Brinson came and said
Thank you for your comments.
So I
Thank
hope
you
there
for your
won't be any
comments, Ms. Polk.
retaliation on
Ms.
Mr.
Polk.
Brinson. I thank you so much.
Okay, we're moving along now. Our next item, we're on discussion and deliberation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk?
We are on, Mr. Chair, we're on.
12A, I see Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Yep, put this item on youth council staff and community travel
moving
for the
pretty fast.
2026 All-America City Finalist delegation to Denver. You have the floor.
Thank you. You really rushed us on through this agenda. I didn't realize we were there yet.
We're not going to be here all night.
No, we just wanted to be able to provide you all with an update regarding the All-America City Award trip. So, as you all know, we did put out at the very beginning, numerous times we were asking for community, businesses, and residents to come out and support and participate in the event, as well as elected officials. I guess you all are going to cheer with us from home because we are going to have, we're going to look to have like a little watch party. So hopefully we could get many other people engaged and a part of the performance as we are
Riviera
doing
Beach
it over
is
there.
making.
I'm sorry? Huh? What was that?
I think it was something in the mic, something came on. I don't know from communication. But go ahead.
I've never seen that or heard that
Yeah,
before, but, okay.
Sound like a commercial or something was coming on.
Oh, sound like somebody was screaming at me, but, okay.
Oh, no,
Oh,
it wasn't that.
Okay. But anyway, we're looking to have like a watch party here on that evening. It will be that Sunday evening, I think the 28th of June, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have all those details for you all so that you could participate. But again, it is about those three programs that we had, the Youth Council, the Citizens Leadership Academy, and the CRA Neighborhood Reclaim Program. So we'll continue to give you updates on that. We have about close to 30 people, I think, that are going. Obviously, the Youth Council, we do have some nonprofits, some business owners, and we are looking for sponsors. We have a couple so far. We're continuing to look for sponsors. We had the opportunity of being on Channel 12 on yesterday, highlighting the All-America Award event that we'll be attending, as well as reaching out for people to sponsor the trip as well. So if anyone is still interested in supporting, please just reach out to our offices and we'll be able to direct you in the right way.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Does anybody on the dais have any further comments on that item? If not, we'll move right into 12B, Small Business Enterprise and Local Vendor Policy.
Good evening. Tanya Ammons, Director of Procurement. I'm here to discuss item 12B, Small Business Enterprise and Local Vendor Policy. I've been asked by council to come forth with a policy regarding our small business enterprise and vendors. And to the purpose of the slides tonight is just to have a discussion for the highlights of the particular policy. You will see in the presentation, my goal is to come back with a full policy based upon the comments tonight. Walter, can you advance the slide?
Walter. Could you help with the slide from there?
I may have to stand at the podium. So I bring forth today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Why we should have this particular policy. One will be for economic growth, to drive development by ensuring small and local businesses have a fair opportunity to compete for city contracts, code compliance. And so SBE, or Small Business Enterprise Policy, is outlined in our Code of Ordinances. And then accountability, it establishes a transparent rule so prime vendors, subcontractors in the city all understand their obligation. So we have two distinct programs that I want to present. One is the SBE participation. It looks like you can't see some of the font, but in our code, we have a 15% minimum goal under SBE. And then we also have a local vendor preference. And so part of that local vendor preference is number one, for our bids, that will be our ITB, our hard bids. The local vendor preference, as outlined in code, does allow for a 5% adjustment on the cost, just for ranking only and not for the cost of the price of the actual service. But who qualifies as an SBE is outlined in code. You can be certified by the state of Florida, Palm Beach County Office of Small Business Development, any county or state governmental agency. However, you must be domiciled in Palm Beach County. So that is who qualifies under the SBE category. How are SBE been credited or counted? That's shown or depicted in the chart on the right-hand side. So in other words, if we have a vendor that is a small business enterprise, all of the money that we pay towards them will be counted towards the SBE goal of 15%. If they use someone that provides materials, that's counted 100%. They are a manufacturer, 100%. And so second and third tier means that if the sub hires a sub that is also a small business, that would count towards the goal of 15% towards projects. The local vendor preference, again, is for a local vendor that's defined in code by you have to have a permanent physical place of business within the city of Riviera Beach city limits and a valid city business tax. And so for our current solicitations, we do have that form that is attached so vendors can identify themselves as a local vendor. If it is, again, an ITB, their price can be adjusted for ranking purposes only. And also for our solicitations, we allow for 5% or 5 points, or just 5% of the points under local vendor preference. So to our prime vendor obligations and required forms, as we move forward, all of our primes will have to submit a Schedule 1, which is our SBE and local vendor participation form. A Schedule 2 is a letter of intent to perform, and that is one form per SBE subcontractor with a binding commitment signed by both the prime and the SBE. Again, this will have to be submitted with all of our bids if you plan to use a sub. And then Schedule 3 will be the monthly payment activity report. I do want to note that the city's relationship is exclusively with the prime vendor at this time, and subs have no direct contractual relationship with the city under the SBE and local vendor policy. And so for a compliance perspective, let me note that vendors do have, or primes do have the ability, if they want to change, they can submit a request to change, and it will have to be approved by the procurement department. So compliance and enforcement, if you have a false SBE representation, no schedule, you're disqualified if you do not provide a scheduled bid, and then you have one still represented in your package. If you have a pattern of non-compliance, suspension of debarment, that's already outlined in code as far as what the remedy is for vendors who are non-compliant. If we find out that there's unauthorized SBE substitution, we can issue a stop work and payment and allow someone to rectify. If you're missing a Schedule 3 with the invoice could be delayed. And then there's also a late payment to the subcontractor, which is outlined already in code in section 16.5-297. And so, again, I just want to reiterate that our mandatory SBE goal is 15%. We do have a local vendor bid cap adjustment of 5% under the code. Prime has 10 days to pay a subcontractor, and there are currently 3 schedules. And so next steps will be for, after the council discussion and feedback tonight, we will draft a final policy for the city attorney to review along with the city manager. And then our target date is to bring this back to council for full policy ratification on July 1. And that ends my discussion on that current policy.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any public comment cards?
No, sir, we don't have any public comment cards
Okay.
on this item.
Any comments from the dais?
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Vice
Mr.
Chair.
Director Amons, can you tell me how do you handle a subcontractor or a local subcontractor that really doesn't have employees? They hire 1099 people. Are we going to make a differentiation between 1099 and an actual corporate employee?
No, at this time, if I understand your question, if a sub is a 1099
No,
or a
I'm
prime,
asking if the subs employees are 1099s as opposed to being actual employees of the sub.
no, they should. As the sub itself is listed on the form, the sub is a business. So the sub has, the prime will submit the sub's company information. We don't regulate who the sub hires.
But I'm looking to make sure that we are hiring employees that are full-time employees, not 1099s that are going to be paid on an hourly basis without benefits. So it's important, I think, that we rethink this and we come back and include something, an extra point in there or something to ensure that these people, they're not just going to Home Depot and getting people for the day, but these are actual full-time employees from the city that get benefits and everything along with it, not just a 1099 form.
If I may repeat back what I think I heard, you would like for us to ensure that a sub on a contract with a prime hires non-1099 employees.
I think that we should just give extra credit if they're hiring full-time employees that are getting benefits and having their taxes paid, in workers' comp, as opposed to a 1099 form for the day. I think there's a big difference in that, and I think that we should just give credit to the person who has the full-time employees as opposed to the really part-time employees.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, and Ms. Amos, you can think about that and bring it back to us. We don't
Yes,
have
sir.
to flesh it all out tonight. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And we're not going to flesh all the ideas. As a small business owner, I don't necessarily agree with that item to go down to that granular to where we're going past the subcontract and giving the points and giving the additional credit for the subs, for the local vendors, whether they're paying their employees 1099 or W-2. I don't think we need to put that additional credits into to give additional points to that sub. Our goal right now is to make sure we bring the subs in, protect the subs, make sure that they're not actually brought in on a bait and switch or a dog and pony show, making sure that we're giving additional credits to the primes for bringing subs and also contracting them. Some of the things that I do want to see though is the affidavit, just to make sure that those subs are being paid by the prime, and the subcontractor agreements code of contacts for the subs, making sure that if they do want to replace or bring in a different sub, that there is a code of conduct as to what they followed. How did they determine that they were replacing or bringing another sub in? And last but not least was the cause for the change request. So what changes were actually done? If they're changing that sub, they have to have a cause, documented and outlined and clearly signed and agreed upon. I want to protect our subs. For many years, I've seen that idea of they'll bring individuals up to the podium. I think we even stopped people from presenting at our last meeting on the CRA side because we're tired of seeing primes bring some of our local vendors in just to earn favor and points with this board. That's why this policy is so important. So thank you for finally bringing this to us. You've been working on it, and just under a year, you were able to accomplish what I've been asking for about 7 years now. So one thing I do want to see additional, though, is data collection. So in regards to the conversation, I do want to have that after some of my board opines on this policy, but I do want to reserve just a few moments to discuss what does data collection look like? Because if we're not collecting the data for this information, none of this carries any weight. We have to collect data. I actually see a friend of mine in the room that actually talked about data collection and how do we actually properly collect the data to document everything that's being done and the spending that's being done. Because we can have the policy, but if we don't know what we're spending or where those dollars are going, it's going to be a moot point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Ms. Amos?
Yes, sir.
You can bring us back an option with Mr. Spears' idea, giving credit, and one without, and we'll decide which way we want to go.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Councilwoman Miller Anderson, and then Vice Chair Spears.
It wasn't related to this. It was my previous item. So if he wants to talk about this, I'll come back.
Okay. Yeah, let's kind of wrap this item up, please.
Yeah, Chair, I do agree with the mayor, and thank you for asking for both proposals to come back, but I just want to make it clear that I'm looking to protect the low person on the totem pole. I want to make sure that the worker receives good pay and benefits, as well as the sub who's going to make a lot of money on the project as well.
Okay, we're going to wrap this item up. Any final comments? If not, we'll move on to the next item.
What?
I'm sorry. Councilwoman Miller Anderson wanted to go back to her item.
Yeah, just quickly.
Before we go back to the item,
Yes.
before Ms. Ammons does leave, Mr. Chair, I did reserve a few moments to talk to Director Ammons, reference to data collection.
Okay, I'm not going to interrupt you. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
thank you. No, I interrupted you. I apologize. I don't want to go back to the other item before we allow for to relieve Ms. Ammons. That's why I didn't-
Did you have any comments before we left that item? No, I thought.
Yes, the mayor asked the question. Is it okay to respond there?
You did.
Okay. So
My apologies.
the topic was the data collection. And if you all recall, we've talked many times, and my goal was to be back here in October with data showing where we're spending our money, categorically who we're spending our money with, prime, sub, small business, local business. Unfortunately, I'm here to report that I will not have that data by September, okay? There's been a lot of just internal discussions, but we collectively, I'm just gonna say, as everyone in the city outside of council has decided we're going to upgrade our current vendor management platform. It is currently not being supported. And in that particular upgrade, we may be able to ask for and just configure to be able to capture the data at the vendor level. So I currently have a contract administrator who did start earlier this year. And so we are loading up contracts into a contract module in Tyler. And we will know what type of data we can capture after we receive that particular upload and we use the latest version in Tyler. So unfortunately, I will not be able to have the data that the mayor and others on the board have previously asked for, because we have just paused the integration of the particular platform. And so we're just going to try to use what we currently already have.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor, do you have any follow-up comments?
So Director Ammons and board, if you can take the time to meet with Ms. Ammons, the same delays that we've had is based upon, this is a request from 2019 that the entire board voted unanimously on to proceed with data collection. We've continued to ask for this on a consistent basis, and now there seems to be additional delays on documenting. When we're putting through and actually processing for studies, for any type of reports, we need to have the data to justify and substantiate what we're doing as a board. And I think that we need to meet one-on-one, Director Ammons, if you can meet with the board to update them on the status, to
Yes, sir.
discuss what we need to do, and then see how we can bring in the proper software to start collecting data immediately. Ms. Miller Anderson was on the board when we had this discussion back in 2019, and she was part of that vote, that unanimous, and I believe Ms. Lanier as well, to request data. So we're well behind, and we need to get it done with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
And Mr. City Manager, could you kind of coordinate with Ms. Amos and find out what the issues are regarding retrieving that data? Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Yes, I'm done with the item. Yeah. Mine is about my previous item, so if we're still talking about this,
Yeah, I
whoever
just
can
want
go.
to briefly with this item, I wanted to ask, because I remember, the mayor with the 2019, there was a consultant that we brought in, for this. And my assumption is that they brought looking at some type of software to track this. So what happened with all of that?
If I may, when I began working here in August of 2024, and looking in the files, I mean, we had previously contracted with a company called B2G, and that had stalled. And B2G was a compliance monitoring software that, yes, really delved into, prime, sub, spend, and a lot of other categories. And it was a stall, and my team said it just didn't work. We just couldn't implement it. And so, at the request of the council, I went out and found a different solution, a duplicate one that you all did approve. And so, based upon the ideal that that is what the council wanted before I started, but I did find a replacement to B2G called Prism, brought it here, and you all did approve the spend, and we were in the implementation stages of Prism. There
Okay.
are,
Oh, you had so much to say.
and so I'll stop there.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, not just the software, but there was a gentleman that they retained for, Mr. Mayor, it was someone we brought here to look at this situation,
Just Franklin Lee.
yeah, holistically, and to be able to have us, not to so much rely on some type of program, but for us to actually gather this information.
If I may say, we get the gist of needing this information, and we can move it offline and retrieve Mr. Manager, and they can do the research and find out what happened back then and flesh it out offline, please.
And Mr. Chair, I recommended that, but respectfully, I think that there's still some unreadiness. This is a concern that we've been asking for since 2019.
I understand, but we're not making any progress toward the resolution.
I think
we're just venting now.
No, I don't know if it was venting. There was a question.
I mean, you're sharing that we didn't get it,
Mr.
and
Chair.
where is it, and
Hold on,
Yeah, right.
colleagues, and we'll go to the chair, Mr. Chair. And so I don't know if that was venting, though. That was a genuine question as to the consultant. So I think the questions and the unreadiness is that my colleague asked about what consultant was brought in. Didn't we have a process? Where were the balls dropped? And I did give direction to meet one-on-one, but there was still unreadiness as to why are we still having this same conversation. We've had these same conversations. We've had the same discussion, but this is the most important piece. We're policymakers. So I know we want to rush through the meeting, but we have to set policy.
We're not rushing, we're just
But
being
Mr. Chair,
redundant.
you
That's
keep
all
cutting
I'm
people
saying.
off to allow let the speakers finish, because we want to get the information, Mr. Chair, and we need to be here at this meeting. I want to make sure that this is the only piece I can accomplish. I have to, as a policymaker, get this study done. Otherwise, my time on this board means nothing. We spent a lot of money on this fire station, but a lot of it went to locals. Once we leave, if that same policy is not in place, it won't matter. The next board can determine what they want to do. And if we put a policy that transcends our time on this board, we're good to go. So that's why I think that we're having the discussion, and I want staff to understand how serious this is. This data needs to be collected, so I don't want to keep passing the buck and then go back to staff and they not get the things done. We can only give direction at this board meeting. So behind closed doors, when we meet with them, no direction can be given. So if tonight we need to give them direction to bring this data back and bring this study, that needs to be done tonight. And I wouldn't mind if a board member would make that motion, because I'm tired of waiting. That's why it's so important, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And let me just say, I'm not trying to cut people off, but when I see that we are going down a road, not to a resolution, but I said venting, I think that it needs to be reeled in. If we're talking about a solution, want to give her direction, good. But I mean, we spend a lot of time on talking about things that don't lead to a resolution. That's all I'm saying.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes, Ms. Miller Anderson.
Well, I mean, during the presentations, you were kind of rushing us through too, and we weren't trying to get to a resolution. We were just trying to do a presentation. So I know it may appear to you that we're not getting anywhere, but that just might be your interpretation of it. We may actually feel like we're getting somewhere. So I just think maybe just being a little cautious, I know you,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
I think that's it.
All right. Any further comments?
Well, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
well, just quickly, so you said we won't have it by September, but what is the time frame that the new system will be in place so that we can start collecting?
I do not have an answer at this particular time. IT is working with finance as far as the code, so we can, send the PO over to the new vendor. But I don't have a time frame as far as the new system, what's required. It's just an upgrade to Tyler. I don't have an answer. Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you tonight.
Any further comments?
Yeah, I wanted to make a motion that we direct the procurement department, city administration, to move forward with this small business and local vendor policy. What has happened is that this has been 7 years, and I know that we brought in the gentleman Franklin Lee. I don't know what happened with that. There was a lot of issues that we had originally about how to set this up, and I thought that we had gotten past the point where we need to figure out how to set it up, and we need to be able to move on this and not say to ourselves or say to the public that we just don't know how much money we gave to local vendors, and we don't. We have no idea. So we need to move forward with this. I'm making a motion so that we can do this and move forward to be able to tell the public this is how much money we spent with local people.
Okay, motion has been moved by Councilwoman Lanier to bring back an official policy regarding this item. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
It was seconded by who?
Miller Anderson.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Is there any further discussion
I just have a
on the
question.
motion?
I do have a question, and I mean, this is probably about the procedures that we're doing. Does Ms. Hall need in order to speed this up, do you have to repeat every time somebody make the motion and who seconded?
No, sometimes she, I'm not
We've never
speaking
done
for
it
her.
before, so.
I know, sometimes she can't see who's making the motion, but maybe she knows. If you're
been
like,
doing it a while.
can you do it without me calling it?
I can, but I do appreciate you repeating the
Yeah,
motion.
I mean,
for the
meetings
record.
I've been
But you
in.
do go back and watch the video as well, right? Because we've never done it that way before. You never said you couldn't hear. So I'm just saying, if we're trying to speed up the meeting,
Mhm.
that is, slowing
Yeah,
it down.
no,
a bit.
it's just to help her clarify who's making the
You
motion.
never asked for it. and I did you, so I-
And that's how it's always been done in my meetings. And let me say this too, when leadership changes, some things are gonna change. It's not gonna be the same how it used to be done. And that's just the way I do it.
Mr.
And
Chair.
if the council would
Chair.
like for me to
Mr. Chair.
stop, go ahead.
Chair, Robert's rules, I believe, we could ask council, but I'm pretty sure Robert's rules requires the chair to announce who made the motion and who seconded the motion.
I've always done it like that when I've chaired different
Mr. Chair.
organizations, but it's not a big deal to me.
Mr. Chair?
We're taking too much time on this.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
yes, Ms. Miller Anderson.
I hear you, and I simply made that point because no one had done it before, but yet you're saying you want to speed the meetings up. So that's why I was saying, well, maybe that could take away some minutes.
Point well taken.
Thank you.
Any other further comments, questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Next item is the direct pay vendor policy.
Yes.
Ms. Amon.
Walter, if you can put the presentation back up on the screen. Thank you so much. Right. Now we'll talk about direct pay discussion. I was asked to bring forth a policy regarding the direct pay in the premise or the problem statement is local subcontractors on non-construction service. Contracts experience payment delays, financial uncertainty, and lack of statutory payment protections. Why do local subcontractors experience payment delays? It's because the payments are under city contract flow, or the payments flow through the prime first, and then the subcontractor is entirely dependent on the prime contractor to receive payment. Why does it create a real problem? It creates a problem because, unfortunately, if the prime contractor may experience their own cash flow problems or abandon the project, it leaves the subcontractor without payment, and there's no direct relationship with the city. So why is there no statutory protection? Florida statute, chapter 713, and Florida statute 22, I'm sorry, it's getting late, 255-05 apply to construction projects, meaning that if there is a problem with the payment and the payment bond on construction projects, there are remedies. This particular direct pay policy that I have been asked to present is for non-construction projects. So there isn't necessarily remedy for non-construction subcontractors for non-construction projects. All right, so in summary, subcontractors may experience payment delays, no oversight, and risk. So the solution, been asked to bring a direct payment policy. So the solution, if the council wishes, can be timely payments to the sub, oversight, increase local growth, and increase trust and transparency. Now, this will be a third-party agreement between the city, the prime, and the local subcontractor. So let me pause here. We have a solicitation, this non-construction. Council decides to award to the prime. After the prime is awarded a contract, if the prime agrees to have a third-party agreement or a three-party agreement, then we would enter into one at this particular point. A direct pay would not be one that we force a prime. It will be optional for the prime after the prime has been awarded a contract. Eligibility requirements will be the city of, only for locals. So City of Riviera Beach, your address, non-construction service projects, the prime contractor written consent, and then a complete prime subcontract ask agreement that would also have to be attached. So there is a form in the draft format where the sub asks, the prime says yes, and then it's submitted. Okay, so financial protections. The question on the table is, should we require a bond and 100% of the subcontract value if the council decides to move forward? Meaning that if it's a janitorial contract, there is a sub to, and the sub is expected to invoice for $50,000 for the value of the contract, would the council want the sub to have a payment bond in the value of that $50,000? Because they also have employees as well. To insurance, the sub would already have insurance, the certificates of insurance, because it will be needed in their original relationship with the prime. And then E-Verify, which is a Florida statute requirement. And then it will provide financial protection. So I've kind of gone through, the sub will invoice the prime. The prime would have to approve the invoice. We cannot move forward without approval from the prime. The city pays the sub directly. And then as the contract administration module in Tyler is set up, the sub's contract kind of falls up under the prime's contract, and the contract is delineated, meaning if the original contract was for $100,000, the subcontract is $50,000, we would only pay the prime $50,000. We will not pay a total of $150,000 using that particular example. So there's no double dipping. Key benefits, predictable payments. The city helps with local economic growth. The prime has clear expectations, and the council demonstrates commitment to local participation. Again, optional. It's not a requirement. The city will not condition a contract award renewal or any benefit on acceptance of direct pay. And now here's also the myth, because I've heard this just in discussions regarding, again, the payment bond on a contract. The reality is, what's on the books now as far as Florida statute, it protects for construction and not for non-construction. Next steps after tonight. Yes.
Yes.
Right, what would you consider on a construction project a security company? Would that be considered construction, or would that be considered non-construction?
That sounds more of a legal question, but I don't want to play an attorney, but my first instinct professionally will say no, because it's associated with a construction contract.
Okay, thank you. I agree.
Okay, are you done?
And I'm finished, I'm sorry. Yes, I am done.
Okay, I have a question about whether there should be a requirement for the subcontractor to cover that amount. What if the prime is covering the entire project and the sub is just with a bond, and the sub is just getting paid to do the work, to do a certain portion of the work, but the project is already covered with the bond? Would that work?
I think the council would need to really think about just the whole financial risk, right? When I sit in my office, I always want to say, I want to follow the money. If the city is cutting the check to the sub in an issue, who's the sub want to go after?
So
Follow the money. So
yeah.
can we? That's a discussion that the council will have to.
Question. So the prime would have to agree to this process.
Yes.
So they would need to understand what the risks are as well.
Yes.
If you agree to this and you cover the entire bond and something goes south, then it would be on your bond because you've covered the whole thing. If the prime agreed to that, what are we to step in and say you should do it differently?
So it's not a should we do differently. I think it's also a question for legal from a risk perspective, right? So the sub submits an invoice to the prime. Prime
They have
has to approve.
it. Yeah.
So someone's going to have to verify that the prime really did sign, right? Because we want to make sure that there's no fraudulent activity going on, and then we pay. But what if there was fraud? I mean, what if there was no due diligence? What if it slipped through the cracks? And we're human. From that risk perspective, what if the sub has a team of people and the sub decides not to pay the team? Does that bond flow all the way through? I mean, we haven't talked to the security company, and we don't know. What if the prime says, you know what? If my contract is $100,000, but 25 is going to the sub, then and you gonna pay the sub, then I only want to get I want to reduce my bond amount to 75 because it's the payment bond. It's the performance, yes, performance, but there's also the payment bond. So the prime can say, I don't want to cover. If you want to pay it, then that's less money out of my pocket. I'm going to reduce my payment bond amount. So you have to think about. You understand what I'm saying? So who's going to pick up that risk of the 25% that's left?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
Understood. Councilwoman Miller Anderson and then Vice Chair Spiritus.
So why is this being presented to us if it's presenting a whole bunch of whys, or what should we do? What are we trying to gain here by doing this or changing it? What is the issue we're trying to solve, I guess?
We're trying to get the subs paid faster.
I mean, what are the primes? The primes not paying the subs?
No, the prime has most have enough resources to for a month or two to carry their employees. And if they're not paying the sub on a frequently basis, many of those subs don't have the same resources to carry their employees as long. So we're trying to figure out how to get the subs paid more quickly at a minimum risk to the city. And I do understand what Ms. Amos is saying now. It's registered as opposed to the performance. This is the payment bond. I got it. So the bottom line, we're trying to get the subs paid more quickly because they can't carry their employees as long as the prime.
So who's verifying the work? The prime will be the one that's going to verify the work?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And so their signatures on it. So if it's not done, we go to them for what's not done?
If the work's not done or
I
the
mean,
payment's not being.
just if it wasn't satisfied, whatever it is, the service they were supposed to be doing. So who are we gonna go after if it's not done the way it's supposed to be done or not completed?
The prime, because for the performance, it's on the prime side. So if the sub does not perform the work, we should not receive an invoice.
But who's going to monitor that? The city has to do that? Because I think that, I don't see that. I mean, we have to
Vice
maybe
Chair,
come up with a
the
different way
prime
for that.
normally is the person that monitors the sub work, in most jobs, not just construction, non-construction. That is the process that we have in America.
I mean, what is your point though with that? I mean, that's understood already. My question was I mean, so the prime is gonna be responsible
For the performance.
right, so that's why I said, so they're doing the punch list, or I know I'm talking construction stuff, but essentially they're going to check the punch list and everything? Who's answering that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The punch list, I'm speaking.
Chair,
You
I
can answer.
might be able to answer
Okay.
this.
All right.
But it would be the prime.
Right. On construction jobs, we typically use standard, and the cities usually, municipalities follow the same procedure as you know in procurement. We usually use standard AIA documents. Those documents are signed off by the prime. They're signed off by the city's engineer, by their engineer, and by the sub if necessary. So the work is already performed before the invoice is submitted. Those documents are submitted to the city and approved for payment. So there's a number of people signing off and verifying that the work was performed before any checks are going to get cut. So that's the protection to the city and to the prime as well. So I think that all we're trying to do right now is, and I can tell you from being on both sides of the fence, that very often a general contractor or a prime on any project has to wait for their checks to clear from the city before they can make out checks on those checks that they're receiving for the work that's being done. So we're just trying to expedite that process by cutting out that maybe extra week or 2 weeks. Because a lot of these small contractors, especially here in Riviera Beach, they live week to week, on their projects. And they're not able to fund the payroll to put up, 3 months, 4 months ahead in payroll on their projects. So we're just trying to make it a little bit easier for the local contractor to get into business and build up their business. Hopefully, eventually, they would not need this process. But I think in the beginning, it would be a good way to help the local contractors.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilwoman Miller.
So is this something that's being done in other municipalities? Is this normal?
No, ma'am, it's not normal.
Okay, so, and we're trying to be the first to do this because we want to help the subs. Why would it not have been, you don't think anybody else would have thought to do that?
Well, if I may, I'm not sure why others have not done it, but there's nothing preventing us from being trailblazers, being the leader and showing we're going to step out and show the country how to help our subs.
How about, are we able to break up the job smaller so that the people who are the subs trying to bid on things, they'll have the ability to do it on their own and they'll be able to stand alone on them?
The challenge would be the performance bond in many cases. Right now, the prime is carrying that performance bond, and all the subs will have to do is, if we agree to it, is carry the payment bond to ensure that their employees would be paid. And yes, we can be trailblazers on this.
What type of risk, Ms. Nguyen, have you been involved in this?
Yes, I've been in discussions with Ms. Ammons about it.
So are there any risks or things we need to be cautious of?
I didn't identify any. What we were thinking was that there would be, and I think we still are, the tri-party agreement between the prime, the sub, and the city. As long as the record keeping, as far as payment goes on the finance side is correct, I don't see any downside to it. The prime is still responsible for fulfillment of the contract.
You said, what did you say about finance?
I said, as long as the payment, as long as that's being monitored to make sure that we're not overpaying the prime, because that's who would be overpaid.
So, okay, so who would be responsible for that? Because that's the thing, we have these contracts, some of these contracts we've had issues with over the past few years, for various reasons. And I don't know that we want to start adding on more monitoring issues. And then now we're giving away money that we probably shouldn't be giving away money. The only way I would halfway think about looking at this is if we can have answers to how is this going to be monitored? How are we going to make sure that, because we're the first one and we're going to be trailblazers, as you say, I want to make sure that we have all of our ducks in a row. And right now, I'm not completely sold on it. So if there are some areas in which you can, make them make sense, then I could possibly look at it. But right now, I still have some hesitation because there are some questions that's not answered for me.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councilwoman Davis Bernier and then Councilwoman Lanier.
Okay, I'm in agreement with Councilperson Miller Anderson, because my question was who's going to be monitoring it, or what system are we going to be using to monitor this whole process? I would love to have more information. I don't want to shoot it down, but I just don't think that I'm comfortable at this point with taking on that additional task, because it seems like it's going to be more work for the city. And, I just feel like we have a lot going on. So, okay.
Okay, Councilwoman Lanier.
I just like an example of this. How does that work? An example would be what? Give me an example of start to finish of how this works.
You mean operationally?
Both.
Or both? Okay. So high level, we award a contract to, let's say, a landscaper. And the landscaper has a contract for the entire city. The landscaper hires a sub to work on, let's just say, Marina Village. And so the person who works with the Marina Village, and then they would enter into a third-party agreement, and that agreement will have an estimate of the amount of services they would charge that particular person. So ideally, then the user department will enter a requisition to, right?
What department?
The user department, the department that's over, let's say, Parks and Rec, not Parks and Rec, Public Works,
Okay.
because they would submit a requisition based upon council approval for, let's say, $100,000 award of contract. They would put in a requisition for $100,000. If we come back and say, no,
The prime.
to the prime,
Okay.
then if there's an agreement with the sub for $25,000, Parks and Recs will enter a second requisition for $25,000, but ask for a change order and reduce the original 100 down to 75. So the total value for landscape still is $100,000. So then that landscaper will come and cut the grass here at the Marina Village, and then they will submit an invoice to the prime. The prime would sign off, forward the invoice to the user department, which is the same pattern that it happens. The user department will verify that the signatures are valid, and then the user department will present an invoice to finance for payment against the $25,000. And as such, the prime would still invoice for all the other work around the city associated with the $75,000.
So what do we have the prime for? I thought that the purpose of the prime was to make sure that all of the people that they hire are taken care of by them, because that's the purpose of us giving it to them, is that we don't have to pay for these people underneath them because of the hassle of going, the way you're saying it is that now I'm looking at the city finance and that department, user department is not only looking at change orders, but they're also looking at getting it through finance. It just seems like a whole nother cumbersome part of it when we don't have to. And I definitely, certainly understand that the situation with the subs, but that is, I thought that we looked at and talked about when these primes come to showcase asking for funding from the city, win the proposal, that the purpose was for them to make sure that those subs have contracts with them anyway. So if they have contracts with them, then we're gonna go back and change that and say, no, you could have a contract with them, but we'll pay them. That just seems so cumbersome, and it seems like it's a lot more work for the city to not only monitor, but to now trust that the user department is going to put a change order in to lessen that amount, because what if they don't? What if they forget that, okay, you know what, I need to reduce this by 25,000, and they don't? The sub could get paid twice. I'm sure they would love that. But the situation is that now it's putting the burden on the city to be able to handle that. And I don't see where that is reasonable unless we can have the policy laid out in terms of how this will be governed and how this will be monitored, because there is a lot of ins and outs of it, and it probably can work. But I just don't see now a flow chart that shows me how this will work and how you can safeguard that piece that talks about change orders and going to the finance department to be able to get it done. So if we can have something that shows us how that'll be safeguarded, because I don't want to happen, and I'm sure the subs would enjoy this, but I don't want it to happen where, you know, you leave your job, the finance people leave their job, somebody else is in there new, the person over in public works is new, they don't know that, or do they know that? I don't know. So how do we make sure that that is a part of policy, that whomever is in that seat knows that this is happening? And then I can understand how that it could work. It seems cumbersome, but I do understand the plight of the sub. And if we've given a company $1 million and they're not paying their subs, then that's another bigger issue as well. So yeah, I definitely would like to know how that could work, and to safeguard that money so that we're not paying somebody twice.
Sure.
And thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. Okay, Vice Chair Spiritus, but let me just make a point. The point is not the prime not paying the sub. The point is how frequently the sub can get paid. The prime can hold out for 2 or 3 months and not pay their employees, and they can carry it. Subs cannot do that. They don't have the resources. We're just trying to find an avenue by which the subs can get paid more quickly. And it appears that if the city pays them directly after the prime approves the work, that would keep a lot of our subs in business. We just trying to get the subs paid more quickly. And the primes are paying, but they are not getting their check. And when they do get their check, they got to wait on it to clear the bank and all that. And the subs can't carry their employees that long. That's all we're trying to do.
Right.
That's it. But wait, it was Vice Chair Spirit.
I still have a follow-up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And the follow-up is that, with that being said, wouldn't that be a simple contract between, if you have a contract between the prime and the sub anyway, from the beginning, because they're bringing them up here, they're saying, this is my subs, this is who we're going to be working with. Wouldn't it be feasible to just put that in that contract, that you're going to have to pay me every month? If I'm going to sign on with you as a prime and you're getting $2 million from the city, then you're going to have to pay me every month. If you do not pay me every month, then this will happen. You will have to pay me, for 2 months now, whatever the case may be. But it seems as if that's a contractual issue that can be worked out with the prime and the sub up front. And if they don't pay them, then they come to the city and say, hey, they have not paid us. We have a contract and they haven't paid us. Then I can see us saying, okay, you know what? We're going to front them the money, but we're going to have problems with that prime now. So it would be a simple fix with the contract with the prime and the sub. It just seems like that would be more likely, instead of all of these pieces and gears and monitoring to be able to do it. It would seem like you tell me, you came to the table, you told me you're going to pay me every month and you're not paying me every month, then I got problems and I'm going to the city.
Okay. Vice Chair Spiritus. But it's not the prime, it's how frequently the city is paying the prime.
Right.
We're the issue.
Well, then
If
that
we
means
pay
that
the prime every 2 weeks, that'll be fine. It'll
well, then
kinda
that's what
work.
needs to be in the contract.
Oh, well,
Sure.
that can be an option.
Okay.
Vice,
Yeah,
Vice
so,
Chair.
so I just want to simplify it a little bit. We're going through the same process that we would normally go through in paying on a contract, whether it be a construction contract or not a construction project. It's going to go through the same paper process that it would normally go through with the prime. They would submit whether it be a standard AIA form, which is going to be signed by the city either and through our owner's rep if it was a construction project. This is all pretty much the same. All we're doing is saying that the prime is going to say to the city, let's say you owe me 100,000 and he owes 20,000 to a sub. He's going to say, pay me 80 and give 20 directly to my sub, this name. And that's going to be an agreement that's going to be set up in the beginning of the contract between the prime and the sub and the city. So it's going to be a three-party contract, and that would be done in the beginning. So all we're saying is it's going to go through the same process. The same performance bond is going to be there. Everything is going to be there. All the prime is saying is instead of giving me that $20,000, pay it to the sub directly so he doesn't have to wait for me to go through my process in my corporation to wait for the money to be cleared in the bank and everything else. We can jumpstart that because these small contractors, I mean, really a lot of the small ones, especially, here in our city that we want to build up to be big contractors, they got to start somewhere. They won't apply for these jobs. They won't get these jobs. They won't even ask for them because they know they can't make those payments. So if we can help them a little bit get in and become subs on some of these big projects, I think that would be a good thing for the city to do. And we're doing that only for Riviera Beach, right? You said there was going to be for Riviera Beach subcontractors only, correct?
That is correct.
Right.
Mr. Vice Chair?
And I agree with that.
Yes.
No, I agree with that because that means that that'll be taken care of upfront. That is in a contract when they bring them up here and then they awarded the grant or awarded the money. Then there's a three-way contract at that time that says, hey, if you don't pay me in 2 weeks, then the city has to issue me a check. And I can go with that. I don't want to have a situation where now we're in the middle of a contract and then we want to go back and then it's just too much. So if all this is done up front, then there should not be any issue.
So, Mr. Chair, Coach.
Yes.
So we're talking about delays in payment because we're talking about this situation, but I have email from vendors that are saying that they are not being paid in a timely manner now. So the city, we have to do better at paying invoices because this is from a local vendor with the city who is saying they're delayed. So is it something, again, that seems like an issue that we have to deal with as well. So just us taking on this responsibility doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get paid any sooner, according to some of the vendors who are now working with the city.
I agree, Chair. I agree with that, and I agree with the fact that isn't that what the owner's rep is supposed to do? The owner's rep is supposed to make sure. I would think, we're paying an owner's rep a big piece of money for these projects. That owner's rep is supposed to make sure that these subs get paid.
Like construction.
But that's for construction, you're saying?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Typically, the owner's reps are for construction. These would be for the smaller, and so this policy is for non-construction, and landscape, janitorial, security.
So if it is awarded to the janitorial company, then up front we know that, hey, you're gonna have to make sure that these people get paid. If not, then it needs to be a part of the contract monitoring. That it needs to be a part of where we're not doing business with you anymore. And also too, I think that some of the issue could come from, the invoices being submitted and it takes so long for the turnaround. That is another issue in itself that needs to be addressed. So I just don't want us to get convoluted and bogged down in the weeds with trying to handle all three of these at the same time. And then on top of that, we don't know what the left and the right hand is doing because now we've put 25,000 out, but hey, there's still contract, it's still $100,000. You see what I mean? I just want to have some safeguards so that if that is done, then we'll be able to track that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lanier. We're going to move forward here. We need to give some direction to staff. One of the things that came up in order to address the frequency and pay is to start paying the prime more frequently. That was one suggestion. The other suggestion was having the subcontractor pay for a payment bond, and the prime still cover the performance bond. And I think there was one more suggestion. Was there one more suggestion?
There was some type of checks and balances and monitoring.
Yeah, the council wanted to see the process of how this would actually work from start to finish with both of those scenarios. Is there any future, Mayor Lawson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Subcontractor agreements upon award would be a recommendation, just making sure that we have those agreements in place. And I think that tracking this data, my concern with this whole process is we don't have a proper tracking system in place to track all of this. We've been talking about data collection. This was the previous item. So coming back to this, I also want to really dive deep into these surety bonds and these prime bonds and discuss what does that look like? Why are we requiring it of a sub if the prime's carrying it? And I understand the fiscal impact of protecting, but if the prime is covering it already, I'm concerned with requiring the sub. The reason that this hasn't happened before is because this is an innovative policy that we're trying to create, but we also want to, safeguard the city first and foremost. But while we're safeguarding the city, we got to take accountability. We're not paying on time. I've heard way too many horror stories, but then it's also just kind of a cumbersome process with submitting documentation, invoices, going through multiple hoops just to get a check out, and then we can't cut a check for 2 to 3 weeks because it's not in the right pay cycle. So we have to make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable first. So just looking at the financial process of pay, how quickly we can get that payout. That direct pay process is a great option because we can really support some of these subs and we can build up those brands, but we want to make sure it's properly vetted. So thank you for that recap, Mr. Chair.
Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Vice Chair Spiritus.
Yeah, so I agree with the mayor and what the mayor said previously. I think that we're going to need an enforcement officer in the city. I think we should look at that in the next budget. Many municipalities have someone, for example, that just enforces the Davis-Bacon Act. We have a lot of requirements on many jobs, and we don't have the staff to do this enforcement. And I think we should look at that in the future, in the next budget.
Sounds good. Okay. Any last comments before we move forward? Ms. Amons, did you understand what the council had a
I did,
consensus?
and I want to rewatch. I always rewatch and listen to all of your comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you, council, for the input. We're moving on to the next item.
Mr. Chair,
Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
can you please give me 1 second? So that wasn't someone screaming at me. There was a video that I was supposed to be playing. So can you allow that to play right quick regarding the All-American City Award? Thank you.
Okay. Is that you?
No, that's not me. That's one of our employees in communications,
Anyways,
though.
we've been named one of the 20 finalists for the prestigious All America City Award presented by the National Civic League. This recognition is thanks to the incredible efforts of our Riviera Beach Youth Council, who applied for this award with passion and purpose. Vice Chair Kashama Miller Anderson shared the exciting news during the April 15th City Council meeting, highlighting the programs that earned us this honor.
We're doing so many great things, not just as a city, but we bring along our community so that we have their voices included in it.
From the Reimagined Riviera Beach Capital Improvement Plan to the Citizens Leadership Academy and the Neighborhood Reclaim Home Stabilization Program, our city is leading the way in innovation and community engagement. Our youth council played a key role, submitting a powerful message to this year's theme, America at 250, strengthening civic health and building trust. So why does this matter? Winning or even being a finalist for the All America City Award means stronger economic growth, more job opportunities, increased tourism, and access to grants that can transform our community.
First time All-America City is the mark.
Next stop, Denver. In June, our youth council and city representatives will present our story to a panel of civic engagement experts, competing for a spot in the top 10. But we need your help to get there. We're calling on our residents, businesses, and nonprofits to support this journey and help us bring home this award.
Obviously, we can't take the whole city with us over to Denver, Colorado, but we're going to have different opportunities. So everybody needs to stay aware and alert and look for how they can participate in the All-American City Award and help us to bring back that award.
Together, we can show the nation what makes Riviera Beach truly special. Let's make history.
All right. Thank you.
Outstanding, and let me just commend Councilwoman Miller Anderson and the mayor for their work with the youth and moving us on the national level. When we were having pictures taken and I mentioned about moving on, it was my thought when we take pictures, that's the end of the presentation. I didn't know that there was more to go, so there was no intent to shorten the presentation. Let me just say that. But congratulations, job well done. And I'm sure that with your leadership, we're going to do well out there. Next item now.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, we're on item 12D, discussion on the process to hire new city manager. There are 3 public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of cards is closed.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, Brenda Jenkins, Human Resources Director. Human Resources staff was, Walter, can you cue up the presentation? Human Resources staff was asked to give a brief presentation on the advertisement for a city manager.
Excuse me, Ms. Jenkins, could you kind of pull it a little closer? Yeah.
Walter?
Yeah.
He said just a second.
Okay.
Walter's bring your presentation up, right? While he's doing that, does he have it? That is not the one.
No.
Dr. Spiritus, you have a paid parking issue.
Yes.
Let's move into that while he's doing that, so we can keep the meeting moving.
Okay. Chair, I just wanted to bring to your attention and the council, of course, that we have an issue with the paid parking both at the marina and at the Ocean Mall. I've received numerous complaints from constituents that they're getting charged the first 2 hours plus the additional hour when they go back to put the additional time in. I received numerous complaints. I did send those to the previous city manager. I received a complaint from a constituent who said he wasn't even there the day that he received, they took a picture of his car, but he said he didn't stop there, he didn't do anything, he didn't park there, yet he still received a ticket. And then, lo and behold, I received a ticket the other day. They said it was 9. They said it was 9 on. It was done on 5/17. On 5/17, I was in Jupiter having lunch with my wife and another couple, and then on the way back, we did what we usually do. We drive down to the south end of the island, and we drive around the Ocean Mall, and I say hello to the police officers, and we do that for about 2 seconds. We don't stop the car, we just roll down the window and say hello, and then we go back home. That's exactly what I did on this date. They sent me a $45 fine with a photo of my car going into the lot and a photo of my car leaving the lot. But there's no photo of my car being parked. There's nothing telling me how long I was in the spot. Clearly, this system was not ready for prime time. I think that we should do something about the parking situation now. People are probably getting fines and paying them, and they probably never really had them. I think we have to revisit this and get this company to get this system straight. I strongly suggest that we put in more meters. Not everybody can figure out how to use the phone system, especially the elderly people that are coming to visit. But I think we have to take a time out and get this straightened out and then put it back into the system, you know, when it's really working. Because right now it's not being fair.
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Chair?
you, Vice Chair Spiritus, and I've been getting a lot of complaints too. And I do agree that we need to put a pause on this. We need to stop issuing citations until we can gain control of this process and make sure it's accurate and ensure that it is also user-friendly. Everyone doesn't know how to do that mobile stuff. Yeah, all that
Mr.
kind of
Chair?
stuff. So that is a decision for the council to decide. And if we want to put it on pause, I think it needs to be done with the motion.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair?
I think the city manager was about to speak and then you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair, we've had an inordinate amount of complaints about the parking system and a lot of different types of issues as well. We do have a staff committee that's working with Mr. Sherman, who is responsible for that parking program. We're going to address all the issues because many of you have sent those to us to take a look at. I would welcome the pause so we could end the hostilities down there. There's some very serious issues beginning to develop as a result of these minor parking issues. So yes, we would welcome a pause.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there was, it was brought up in our agenda review as well, the parking for vendors, and then also we're in violation of Florida statute when it comes to handicap. We're charging for handicap parking in some of our lots. I've gotten multiple citations. I forwarded over to the city manager's office. But I think we also need to make sure we're properly training the staff because they informed this young lady that they can charge for handicap. And Florida statute clearly says that you can't charge in certain areas. So we need to make sure that we're in line and make sure that we're prepared. So maybe, board, I would recommend just doing a brief pause while staff comes back with a report about the parking and some of the concerns that we're hearing. Because this is my 4th handicap violation that I saw. A resident just ran into me in the city hall today about this one. So, and I need to send my parking tickets over as well because I got a few.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I guess I missed it. What is the issue with the handicap space? What's happening?
Residents are being fined for parking in the handicap spots.
Do they have a sticker? Or
Yes.
They have a sticker and they're getting fined?
I verified 4 of them. One of our former council members, Miss Billy Brooks, was one. I sent one over to staff today, a resident. I won't put her name on the record, but she did show me her handicap placard, which was also documented on her license plate, and she also received a ticket.
So with this here, are these, is someone going around, we have an actual person, is it the police giving the tickets or do we have
Automated system.
A what?
Automated system. They're just taking pictures of the plate and sending a ticket out in the mail. So it's going to be hard for them to verify a handicap by them just doing. So that's why there's some hiccups in this process right now because you can't verify if you're going to give an automated ticket to somebody if they parked in the handicap. And then as Dr. Spiritus said, he drove in and drove out and was ticketed.
It's just strange because this is not, I mean, we're not the first one to ever have paid parking, so I don't understand why it's not working.
Mr. Chair?
It's the system.
Yeah, it's just some bugs weren't worked out and there's some system issues and we just need to work those kinks out. I don't think it's much of a problem. We just need to make sure that it's properly outlined as to expectations, what do we need, and just take some corrective measures with the system.
So Mr. Wilkins can bring us some, if we pause it, bring us back some information in the next meeting so that it's just not on pause and we don't never come back to it.
That would be the recommendation.
Well, I would like to pause it until staff assures us that the issues have been addressed and corrected. And I'm not sure how long that is going to take.
Mr. Chair.
Is
that a motion, Chair?
Well,
Wait, Councilwoman Miller Anderson, and we could make a motion. She can have a discussion on the motion. Yeah. Well, my motion is that we put a pause on it until these issues are completely addressed and resolved to the liking of staff. And at that time, we will readdress it to see if we want to move forward.
I second that motion.
Is
Mr. Chair.
any discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so put it on pause, and what I was asking for is for them to bring back information of their status of what they've identified by the next meeting, because putting it on pause and not having any follow-up, it will be gone. Nobody ever think about it anymore. And next thing you know, a whole year's gone by and nobody remembered it because you got other
Yes,
things that take precedent.
And I will amend my motion for bi-weekly updates to the council.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I also too I don't have the problem with the pause, but I do understand that because we're paying someone to do this, that means that we're pausing, but we're still paying. So it has to come back as quickly as possible.
Yeah, just come back right.
Chair?
It can't, I wouldn't support it coming back with the same problems. It's all for naught then. Okay, Vice Chair Spirit.
Yeah, so I would ask the city manager to look into the contract. I mean, obviously, they're not fulfilling their obligations of the contract if they're giving people summonses that don't deserve it. So I would not pay them for the period that we're doing this. I would talk to them, and I'm sure there must be something in the contract that refers to that.
We will check.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Maybe not next meeting, but are we able to get someone from the company to come to the council meeting to kind of help us understand what's going on and why it can't be fixed? If it can't be
Certainly,
fixed?
I would hope so.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And when we contact the vendor, we're going to give them an opportunity to cure these hills first.
Right.
Mhm.
And then we'll take it from there.
Okay.
Okay, and in the pause, no citations, alert the company to stop it until these corrections are resolved and made. So is there no further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Well, Mr. Chair, one other thing.
Yes,
Can we
Council.
see about if we can get reimbursed some money for their problems that they've caused us?
Yes, they can go over to the finance department.
Okay.
And there are a number of different categories of people who suffered.
Mhm.
Some employees of the restaurants there.
So the answer is
Yeah.
yes. The answer is yes. People would be reimbursed if they got a citation that wasn't valid.
If it was not valid, correct.
No, that wasn't my question. I was
Oh.
saying the company that we're paying.
Pay us. Pay us.
Like the same thing you said.
Mr. Chair?
I mean, both would be fine. I mean, what you're saying plus.
I think
but
that would
yeah.
be a legal question.
We don't-
The attorney can research that and get back to us. So the attorney will research it and get back to us. Mayor Lawson, and
Thank
then
you.
we taking a vote.
So with the pause, just making sure the systems are immediately shut down so residents don't go in and pay on the automated system or at the kiosk. The reimbursement also for the passes, our residents bought annual passes. Are we going to give them an additional month after this service of this time that we're pausing? Are we going to add an additional month for the people that bought that annual pass?
I think when it come back, we need to discuss all those details. We can't flush them out right now.
Thank you.
But we'll have a discussion about how to resolve those who may have been impacted negatively by the glitches in the system.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Pannier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton.
Yes,
That's a unanimous vote.
thank you. Next item, going back to the discussion of the process to hire the city manager, Ms. Jenkins.
Okay. The Human Resources Department was asked to prepare a brief presentation for advertisement for city manager. The City of Riviera Beach may choose to advertise the city manager vacancy through local, regional, and national recruitment efforts to attract qualified candidates with municipal leadership experience. If we choose to do a local recruitment, the search reach would advertise within Palm Beach County and surrounding municipalities. We would utilize local newspaper, municipal websites, and community organizations. The current staff, city alumni, and neighboring municipalities would also be included in the local recruitment. Typical cost for this recruitment would be at a minimum $5,000, and it could go up to $20,000. Time to fill, the estimated advertising period would be 14 to 30 days, and the estimated recruitment timeline would be 30 to 60 days. The strengths for this local recruitment would be deep community and political knowledge, faster onboarding, lower recruitment costs, relationship capital already built. Some of the risks would be smaller candidate pool, internal politics, favoritism risk, and it may lack transformational perspective. Limited executive level municipal experience is also a risk just by doing a local recruitment. If we choose to do a regional recruitment, the search reach would be the state of Florida and Southeast region. We would utilize Florida League of Cities, Florida City and County Management Association. The typical cost of this recruitment can run from a minimum of $15,000 up to $30,000. The time to fill, the estimated advertising period will be 30 days. The estimated recruitment timeline will be 45 to 90 days. Some of the strengths and risks for running a regional recruitment, the strength would be a larger pool of experienced municipal professionals. The candidates understand Florida laws and local government operations. Some of the risks, we may miss top national talent and increase competition for experienced candidates. The last recruitment that we could use would be a national recruitment. The search reach would be would be through an executive search firm. They would advertise in ICMA job boards, government HR, National Forum for Black Public Administration, those typical platforms. The typical cost for this would be anywhere from $25K up to $50K. The estimated advertising period would be 30 to 60 days. The estimated recruitment timeline would be 60 to 120 days. The strengths for national recruitment, access to high-performing managers, defensible, transparent process, conduct nationwide recruitment through executive search firms and professional associations. Some of the risks would be higher recruitment and advertising costs, longer recruitment process, learning curve on local politics, and we may lose finalists to counter offers. Are there any questions by the board on using the three platforms for advertising for our next city manager?
Before we do that, do we have any comment cards on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 3 comment cards. Annette Dragon, Rochelle Hughes, and Tayson Gaines.
Okay. Would you please come forward?
Hello again, everyone. Annette Dragon, Riviera Beach. I think all applicants for this job should be members of ICMA. I think you guys should use a headhunter company, and I also think that you guys need to write a new job description. What I've seen so far is absolute rubbish. I think you also need to get a lot more resident input on decision-making process, and you need to advertise nationally for a city manager rather than keeping it local. I think you need to have a residents committee as an aid to the hiring process. We, the residents, want to vet any applicants that you get for this job. And I think that the residents also should have a committee to vet the final contract for whoever the person is who's going to come on board. And you need to do this in a timely manner. Using a headhunter is obvious to me. I've been in senior level management and director level in various corporations through the course of my own career. I've always used headhunters very successfully. Yes, it'll cost a little bit more, but you'll get qualified candidates at the outset. Please consider what I've said. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Rochelle Hughes.
Good evening. Kind of backing up what she said, but I attended the meeting that Mayor Lawson had, like a town hall meeting. And one of the things, actually several of the things that came out from that meeting from residents was they do want the council to be more transparent, honest, show integrity, and to get more input from residents, especially regarding choosing a city manager. They want unity. They want to see unity up with the council, staff, all of us. Wait, I have notes. There was comments made about having a residential board made up of residents from each district that would also be able to, like when you choose candidates, that they could come in and help, because this is important to us. The city manager is the CEO of the city. So we're all invested in the city, so that's what we would want. And like Ms. Dragon said, an advisory board with the council and residents. And then also after the city manager is hired, there was somebody who said an advisory board of residents that would work closely with the city manager also regarding, running the city. So, and I think doing a national search is beneficial. Headhunter, I don't know, LinkedIn, but we want to make sure we're pulling qualified candidates, but also candidates who will embrace the city of Riviera Beach as their own. And it could be someone right here in our backyard. It could be someone in Palm Beach County. It could be somebody in the state of Florida. It could be somebody who's elsewhere and maybe they used to live here and they would love to come back. But, we want to make sure that our city manager is going to embrace all of us and listen to all of us, unify, and work closely with you and with the residents and with their staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
The last speaker is Tayson Gaines.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I'm gracious and thankful to be here this evening. I wanted to come before the council in the interest of caution. As you guys know, the last time I was before you, you guys said that my investigation should be presented to you all within 30 days. I've had an opportunity to speak with the interim city manager, and the date is coming up here, June 8th, 9th. There's some slight dispute on that, but the reality is in less than a week, I am obligated to deliver you all a complete report. The last meeting that I believe you guys had where the former city manager was relieved of his duties, I sent an email out to each and every one of you all here on this council, notifying you of some of the outstanding issues that were impeding me from bringing this to completion. I'm not sure if everybody got it. I didn't receive a response from anyone. In the interest of caution, I wanted to come before you to make sure that we hash this out so there's no issues with bringing it to resolution, right? In that previous email that I referenced, there's one of the 6 specific individuals that is listed in the contract as one of the identified adversely affected that has some issues with presenting for the interview. That is a line item requirement that I do for each of the 6 individuals in interview. It has been presented to me that due to some other claims that that specific individual may have, the person has some concerns about former city manager Jonathan Evans being involved in the completion of this investigation. It's my position that because he was the city manager at the time, responsible for these employees and would be the person with the most knowledgeable and the most information, he has to be involved. He's also included as one of the specific 6 that you guys wanted to benefit from this investigation. So because of caution and not wanting to invite a violation of the requirements that I'm under to deliver to you under the contract, I wanted to bring this before the council to ensure that this gets resolved. If we need to extend the time, I'm open to that, but that's ultimately you guys' decision. So I wanted to present it to you and get clarification from the council as to how to handle that.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Gaines. Let me just get some clarification. The previous city manager was one of the claimants who have claimed to be aggrieved. And you're telling us that he's one of the ones to happen to prepare this report? Is that what I'm understanding?
No. What I'm saying is one of the 6 individuals had an issue with Mr. Evans' continued involvement.
Yes, that was my question, not to interrupt you. So is he involved or was involved in preparing the report that you're going to submit to us?
No. So it's my report. Everything within the report will be signed off by me.
Understood. But the question is, was he involved in helping to prepare that report?
No. His involvement was to the extent that this council elected the city manager's office.
Mr. Gaines, just listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
Was Mr. Evans involved in helping you to prepare the report? That's a yes or no.
I prepare my own report.
So he had no involvement?
He had involvement with the investigation, with executing the investigation. The report is generated exclusively by me. When I sign off on the report, it'll be my report.
Okay.
As required by the council.
So he was involved with the investigation?
As required by the contract, of course. It's through the city manager's office.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, wait, one moment. I'm not done yet. The other issue, and we'll research that in the contract. I don't think the contract required him to be involved. I may be wrong, but I don't.
Let me
remember
clarify.
that being in.
It's through the city manager's office. So my interpretation of it is now we would be going through the new interim city manager because it's through the city manager's office. But there's 2 issues. One, who's managing it from a day-to-day, which would be now the interim city manager. There's also the factual issue that the former city manager would have the material, a lot of the material information relevant because the 6 adversely affected employees, the 33 adversely affected would all be under his management at the material time.
Yeah, but he was also one of the 6. That's
Correct.
the problem
That's
with me.
Yes.
With him being involved in actually the investigation. Yes. But the other issue was about the person who chose not to participate for whatever the reason is. That's those people's choice. We can't require them to participate. So I would hope that the report is not being held up because one is not participating. You just leave that one out and give us what you have. And the final report, yes, it's due next week, and we're expecting that report to be completed. Mayor Lawson.
To that point, that was what I was going to say. The participant did put on the record that they can proceed with closing the report and go forward. The individual, I think that's outstanding, has an email that's outstanding to either the city manager or to maybe your firm that they can proceed and close this report without her finalizing the report. So I think that we can get the final details without her actual response or even being involved in the final report if necessary.
Yeah, if I may, ultimately it's the council's decision. You may want to defer to the city attorney. Ultimately, it is a line item requirement that each of these 6 individuals be interviewed, that they be recorded and transcribed.
Yeah.
So if it is that the council is going to vote and decide here today that based on the communications, that particular person has refused, and I'm okay to proceed with documenting that as refused or waive that,
Yes.
no problem, happy to move forward.
Yes.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Wait, let's clear that issue.
I was engaging with the individual. So
Go ahead.
So to that point, I would recommend that this board takes that direction because we would, as a board, want to close this report out, make sure that we have a final report and move past and forward so that it doesn't actually interfere with any of our process of hiring a new city manager. So if the board can make that recommendation based upon the letter and the email that was sent over to your firm and to city manager, that we can proceed without her, without this employee's involvement.
Yes, and that's what I was about to do. I'm going to make a motion that we move forward without that employee if they choose not to get involved.
Chair.
Yeah.
I'd also like to, a part of that motion to set a date so that we can finish this out, to set a date.
The date is already set, is it not? Is it the 8th that the report is due?
So the date of that report.
Of that report is
that
supposed to
day?
be the next
Okay,
week.
we'll meet here.
Yeah, that's what the contract said.
So
that is what we agreed on at the last meeting, to give you 30 days to complete the contract. And we're expecting it to be here on that 30th day, which was actually much longer than that. You took 30 business days.
Yes.
So it was, am I not correct? Was it?
No, I think we're all on the same page on that.
Okay.
So the issue is that contract requires me to deliver you a report. If it is that the council is saying you're willing to set a special meeting on the same day, I'm happy to do that. I think that would be best. That way the report can be delivered and you can be.
You can submit us a written report on the date done.
Okay.
And if the council so decide to bring you in to discuss that, that is what we'll do. But we are expecting a written report on the 8th of June, completed, done.
Yep. I have no problem with that. That's why I brought this issue before you today, because the council failed to respond to my emails regarding this issue. So we could have expedited this had we received the response. The last thing would be, caution.
I was just, okay, finish what you're saying.
Thank you. I'll caution the council that the contractual obligation, and I'll defer to Madam City Attorney, but my interpretation of the contract is that we're to deliver you a report. However, in previous meetings, you all had contemplated a presentation along with that. So if it is that we are going to present, which was my expectation, we need to narrow down that date. And that can be separate from when the report is delivered, but we need to have clarity there so I don't run afoul of any issues.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't make myself clear. I said that on June the 8th, we are expecting a written report to us. I didn't say presentation. I said if we want to decide to have a presentation, we would do that at a later date.
And what I'm saying to the council chair is that I am not contractually obligated to present you with a presentation. So if it is that you want to modify the contract to have me come in and do a presentation, I need to know that
Attorney
now.
Gaines, how many times do I have to say this? I mean, I'm saying that a written report on the 8th.
There's no dispute about that, Councilman.
Is any council
Chairperson?
members, wait 1 second, any council members disagreeing that we need a written report on the 8th?
No,
No.
we said the 8th
Okay.
or the 9th.
Chair,
Yes.
there's a bit of some confusion. And the individual that Mr. Gaines is talking about just called me because I guess they're watching the meeting, and they said that they do want to participate. However, they have not received a date, that Mr. Gaines has not given them a date to participate.
Jesus.
And they're willing to participate so that he can finalize his report by the deadline, but that, and I'm just relaying the message.
Chair, we need
Yes,
the report.
Councilwoman Lanier.
We need the report. We have had this for, what, 2 years?
Yeah,
We need
longer.
the report regardless of if a person wanted to, put their action on the record, then they need to contact Mr. Gaines tonight. But with all that being said, we still need to have that report on the 8th.
Written report. Now, that person can reach out to Mr. Gaines in between now and the 8th, or whatever time it takes to do this.
Chair.
But, yes,
May I?
yes, you may.
So I won't disclose the nature of what we discussed because, as you know, it's confidential. What I can say is that I put a time limit after speaking to Madam City Attorney. We agreed. I put a time limit for her to present herself because of my concerns. My concerns are to your concerns. If I don't have the interview done in time, with the fact that we got to get transcriptions done on these interviews, I won't have enough time to deliver you a comprehensive report. So that's why I came here today to protect that, but we cannot extend any more time that has already been extended if you guys want to report by the 8th. There's no way to do it because we have too many other things that have to get done under this limited time window. And that's why I sent you guys an email with the last meeting seeking advisement so we wouldn't run into this exact problem.
Mr. Chair. And to that, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Lawson.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gaines, for that clarity, because to his point, he's here because he's asking either for an extension to continue to have the discussion. And since we as a board do not want to extend, and we're basing it upon the last written email, I would recommend that this board continues to proceed with closing this report, allows for us to take the last written documentation, and we've extended multiple courtesies to all of the to all the employees to be able to participate in this report. Since the employee did put on the record they did not want to participate, we could close it out, and we have a deadline of the 8th. We do not need to extend it anymore. Can we please close it? And Mr. Gaines, if you can proceed with closing the report based upon the direction of this board tonight.
Well, it's the council pleasure now. Do we want to close it on the 8th?
It is the council's pleasure that we close this on the 8th.
So can I have some clarification, please? What are we doing about the other employee? Because I'm trying to listen and communicate.
Chairperson Gaines, I would like to interject something really quick. My concern is how would the city attorney even know who this person is when this is a confidential investigation? This stuff shouldn't be communicated.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Oh, wait.
Hold on 1 second.
No, wait. I get your point. You said how should she even know? Slow down.
It should not be.
Mr. Gaines,
Can I
Attorney
comment?
Gaines. Yes, after I finish.
You cut me off in the middle of my talk.
I know, you said that how did she even know, and you went to explain that
This
it
is
was
a
supposed to be
confidential
confidential.
investigation.
I heard
The
you.
communications about this investigation should remain confidential. That's been reiterated numerous times.
Attorney Gaines, stop it.
With all due
telling
respect,
you,
Councilman, don't tell me to
our
stop
attorney,
speaking.
Attorney Gaines, our attorney represents the city.
And I have a
She
right to
is
put my
involved
comment
in all
on
our
the record.
legal
I have a
dealings.
right to put my comment on the record without you cutting me off, Chairperson.
We were talking about a specific item, and this has got nothing
and
to do with
I
what
allowed
we
you
were
to come
speaking
up.
about. We gave a courtesy to Mr. Gaines to come here and speak to us.
To come up here on my own initiative because I did not get a response from this council. So I would have preferred this not be brought up in this venue
Attorney
on this
Gaines.
item, but I had no other choice to protect my contractual obligation to this
Attorney
council
Gaines.
and the taxpayers of this community.
Attorney Gaines,
Chair, he's out of order.
completely.
We're governed on the bylaws of Robert's rules
If
and
this
everything
council
else.
says that we want it on the 8th, and if our attorney is involved, that's our decision. That's the city council's decision.
You would be in violation of your own contract.
It's our contract.
You work for us, right?
It's our contract. We hired you.
If you're
It's
entitled to
our
violate your own
contract.
contract,
Our
that's
contract.
between you and the
It's not your
taxpayer.
contract, it's
That's
ours.
fine. That's
Point of
between you and
order,
the taxpayer.
please. Chair. So can I ask a question?
Yes.
If we don't include that person, how does that impact? How does that impact the investigation, or does it?
Is that proposed to me, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Yeah, so my position is that if we do not go forward with that interview, it would be a technical violation of the contract. The contract requires me to interview each of the 6 people with recording and transcription. So if I don't do it, or if I do any reduced version of that, I would be in technically violation of the agreement I have with you and not be able to deliver a completion and the satisfaction of the contractual terms that I'm obligated to complete.
Okay.
Okay, Attorney Gaines,
Yes, sir.
it is the city's contract. It's our contract.
The taxpayer's contract.
Yeah, if we choose not to include, it's our contract. It's not your
That's why I brought
contract.
it to
You
you,
keep
Chair.
acting like.
That's why I brought it to you.
Okay,
I brought
so-
it to you. You
So
remember that.
we're giving some direction, and you keep
Okay.
saying that we're being a violation.
So I brought it to you. I'm asking you guys take a vote on this issue. I have one
And-
other
and that's-
issue. If
and
you would
that's
be
what
so
we're
kind to
doing.
allow me to address the second issue, I would love to do that after you guys have a opportunity to vote on this issue.
Go and address your second issue. Yes, Councilwoman Lanier.
Yes, we can, because he is contractually obligated to those 6 individuals, we can take that individual out. Contractually.
It's our contract.
We can,
That's
no,
not
we can make
registering here
no,
with
no,
him.
we can do a motion to do that,
Amend.
because I don't want him to be, penalized because he did not follow the contract. If we make a motion to exclude that individual, then we can do that. And that is a part of our contract, and then we can move on. This has been 2 years. We need to be able to get the report and get a presentation and be done with this. This has been going on for too long. So what we need to do is make a motion to exclude that individual,
Councilwoman Lanier, you have the mic.
to exclude this individual and
Are
to.
you making a motion?
I am making a motion to exclude that individual. It's been 2 years for whomever that is to be able to come to the table. It has not happened. We move forward, we exclude that individual, we get a report minus that individual, and then we can move on with a report and presentation.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilwoman Lanier, seconded by Councilwoman Miller Anderson, that we exclude the individual who's not had their interview as of yet and expect a written report completed on June the 8th.
Question.
On the,
Okay.
I made that.
On discussion.
I made that motion, but I saw you shaking your head, Mr. Gaines. That's an issue?
May I interject, Chair?
Yeah,
Okay.
On discussion, there's a motion on the floor.
yeah, but I'm
And
asking him a question. I made
Yeah.
the motion.
Yeah, it's on discussion. You can
Okay.
have your interchange.
All
I'm
right.
just saying there is a motion on the floor.
Yes.
And we're gonna have to vote on it.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't want to speak for the city or the city's position, but my personal position is that it would put the city at some potential risk, potentially. If you exclude this person completely, it could infringe on her other claims, which is what started all these things. I don't want to discuss particular claims that individual employees have, but it is a possibility that if you exclude her, as the council already gave her a right to due process and to be heard related to the issues with the previous mayor's investigation, it could actually impact and expose the city to some liability by impinging on other rights and interests that.
Okay,
Right.
we're gonna have to wrap
And
this
I-
up.
And I hear that, Attorney Gaines. My issue is that,
Miss
is that why, I mean, it hasn't happened yet. So if it never happens, then what happens?
Councilwoman.
I'm asking a question, Chair. If it
Sure.
never
Attorney
happens,
needs
if
to
the person
speak on
never, I mean, up until this point, the person has not presented themselves. If it never happens, then what happens now?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think, again, it's my personal opinion. I would defer to the city's attorney, but my personal recommendation would be to create a mechanism like the previous, like the mayor spoke about, where if she doesn't present within whatever, soon time, that she's considered waived as opposed to you guys excluding her, right? As opposed to the board taking action to exclude her interest into this investigation, just draw a line as to where it's waived because you guys want the report by your time. And if that person is not presented by X time, waive that opportunity, and I'm allowed to proceed and satisfy the contract with that waiver as satisfying that element of the contract.
Excellent. So I would like to amend my motion. What I'd like to amend is that the individual would be given, the report is due on the 8th. The individual will be given to the 8th to report to Attorney Gaines their side of the story, whatever that may be.
Wait,
If the person,
but would that give him time to do
well,
what
and
he
then
needs
I'm
to do?
also going to push it out for him by the 15th, which is another week, to be able to wrap this up.
Can you do it in a week?
Is that enough time to do that? 7 days, 10 days?
7 days would be sufficient on industry standard. The only thing we have to do is get the interviews transcribed. It usually takes 5 days.
Okay, well, we the motion is to have that individual to report to you by the 8th. If not, then we are going to proceed with the report.
We're gonna wait.
By the 15th, you will have us a report of either that individual or not. And we
Chair.
can move forward.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Councilwoman Lanier.
Yes.
Would you amend your motion to say that Mr. Gaines will make best efforts to contact this person and
Sure.
meet with this person and include the testimony in his report, and we will give him till the 15th to do so?
Yes. We will give you to the 8th for the individual to contact you. And then we will give you to the 15th for the report itself.
Who's seconding that amendment?
I did.
Who's that?
Miller Anderson.
May I request a point of clarification just on the waiver issue? Is the council taking action on when the deadline should be for this person to present?
Yes, the 8th. Yes, the
And
8th
then that's when the waiver kicks in.
ends, yes.
Okay, so clarification question. If that person presents by the 8th and we can't get them sat down until the 11th, 12th, 13th,
They gotta sit down by the 8th.
They need
So
to sit
my
That
down
means
by
that
the
the
8th
person has to come to you.
and
You
sit
sit
down
down with them, you take their information
by the 8th.
by the 8th. That's it.
okay, so then my question would be, can we have a date, maybe this Friday the 5th, when that person would notify me and accept the
That makes
times
sense.
that I'm presenting? So
Yes.
that way I have
Well,
time to
wait,
prepare.
we don't have that person's schedule, but
She's
I
had a year and a
mean,
half to present herself.
they're gonna be notified that they have to be
By the 8th.
interviewed by the 8th. We don't know their schedule. So we can't sit here and require them to be there on a certain
Mr.
day.
Chair,
Yeah.
can I say something? He just asked for her to notify him in the next 2 days. So he's not trying to get the meeting, so she can get her schedule together, notify him by Friday as to what the date is for their actual interview. Is that reasonable? Because again, I feel like
It's reasonable, but.
It's only one
we
more day.
still
The
don't
8th is
know.
Monday,
We
you know that,
can't
right?
speak for her.
no, I get it, but I'm just saying, yeah, he's not trying to set the appointment. He's
But-
gonna talk to her about when.
But we-
Okay, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Well, I think I was.
Hey, wait, we have to wrap this
Yeah,
up.
Chair, I
Yes,
think that
yes,
Attorney
Councilwoman, I'm sorry.
So,
Councilwoman
Friday-
Miller Anderson did.
Friday is the 5th, and then Monday is the 8th. So, I mean, she just need to schedule with him and have it scheduled so that they meet and get the interview done by the 8th. That's it. I mean,
Yep.
that's it.
And that's what we said.
Because
And
if
then
we
that
give
with
her
this
to
extra
Friday the
layer of
5th to
contact by
notify.
Friday, that's not.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Oh, it's 10
Miss-
o'clock.
would you please consider a motion to extend the meeting?
Make that motion, Chair.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Spiritus to extend the meeting,
Until we
complete
conclude
the
all the
agenda.
business.
Well, we're at the end now. And seconded by who? Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, done. Okay, we have to wrap this up.
Councilperson Davis Penier?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson? Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Gunnington?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
And read back the instructions that the interview must be done by the 8th or this person is waived from the process.
The report due on the 15th.
And the report due on the
Yeah.
15th. Yes. Okay, let's get back to.
Okay,
what
no, no,
were
we got,
actually-
there's a motion.
Vote on it.
Huh?
There's a
Just vote
motion.
on that amended
But
motion.
wait a minute, what?
Well, wait, back up. What are y'all saying?
There's a motion on
She
the
made a
floor.
motion and it was second. It was amended motion. Was
We
the
just
amend-
voted, you vote
No,
on
we
the.
voted
amendment.
To extend the
Fine.
meeting.
Oh, okay, let's take a vote on the amended motion to clarify what the amended motion is. The amended motion is the person who still hasn't been interviewed has to be interviewed. They need to arrange the interview and have it by the 8th. The interview needs to happen by the 8th, or the person is waived out of the process. If she has it on the 8th, then you have until the 15th to complete your report and get it to us.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm speaking to the individual, and she's indicated she's willing to come in and do the interview. She said
Okay,
she's.
well.
Man, we don't
y'all
even
can
need
work
to
it
know
out.
any of that.
just
Why
need
are
to
we,
carry the motion.
what are we
Well-
doing?
Let's carry the motion. Okay, tell us.
Why are we negotiating in the middle with,
Call the motion.
Call the motion.
come on,
Tell us
we're
thank
doing
you.
too
Just
much now. I
Make the
mean,
arrangement and make it happen. Okay,
Councilperson,
wait, I'm sorry, did you need something else, before the motion? Okay.
Mr. Chair, yes, I don't understand. Why are we having to have a conversation with the person while we're doing this?
Okay, can we just
What, I mean,
carry the motion?
If it's something I need to know, I need
No.
to know, because I'm not understanding.
Mr. Chair, I think the reason is because the city manager, she reports to the city manager's employee, and she's currently conversing with the attorney. She needs to report directly to her city manager, and he was putting on the record that she will meet with the attorney. There's some confusion with this report. I'm very concerned with the process, and that's why I want to close it immediately, because there's way too many outlying factors in regards to extension. We need to close this report, finalize this, and allow for us to move on as a city.
Okay,
Thank you,
please,
Mr. Chair.
please call the question.
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chairperson Dr. Spiritus, Chairperson Guyton.
Yes.
It's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Now we need to decide, are we going to go regionally, nationally, or locally for a city manager?
Chairperson Guyton,
Yes.
I need to present one final issue. I know it's late, but I need to make sure I get direction from the council on the final issue that I had today.
Okay, go.
Is that okay? All right, excuse me. So, as you know, last meeting, you guys entered into a severance agreement with the former city mayor, Jonathan Evans, right? I need clarification from the board, because as you spoke about earlier, Chairperson, he's also one of the 6 people, and he was also the city manager. So he kind of has 2 parts in this. I need to make sure that his severance agreement, none of the terms, there's some language in there about he won't bring any claims against the city, he won't have any interference with claims. So I want to make sure, maybe we need to defer to city attorney, but I need to get clarity from the council that there will be no infringement to any contracts or Mr. Evans' severance agreement if he fulfills his obligations under this contract. I've reviewed his contract. I have concerns that there may be conflicting language. That was also part of the email that I sent last meeting. So,
Okay.
Chair.
Vice Chair Spiritus, but let me say this. I, speaking as one council person, do not feel that he should have anything to do with preparing the report. Only answer your questions regarding what he feels has been an infringement or whatever his claim was. No, he's not to be helping you prepare the report.
oh, but that's not what I said.
Okay,
Chair.
I just want to make that clarification.
Not at all.
Okay,
Okay.
but yes, he can talk and finish his interview if he hasn't done it.
So if I could just ask for a motion by the council that
Okay,
there will be
we'll
no
do that as
infringement.
soon as Vice Chair.
Chair, please tell the attorney not to tell us what motions we should be making right now. He's here speaking, he's not
I
even
understand,
speaking
I
during
understand.
public comment.
Miss-
And this
It's
was
good
not
to
on
know.
the
Attorney
agenda, this
Wynn,
was not on the
please stop.
agenda. So please let me finish, Councilwoman
No,
Miller
Attorney Wynn is
Anderson.
trying to get you all's attention, is what I'm saying.
I don't believe that motion is appropriate. If Mr. Gaines wants to know what Mr. Evans' stance is, that settlement agreement, separation agreement is public record. He can have a copy of it.
Okay.
Okay, Chair? Okay, so can I continue now?
Yes.
All right, what Attorney Nguyen just said is basically what I was going to say. Mr. Gaines does not interfere with the negotiations that we make for severance with the city manager. That's between us and the city manager, not between Mr. Gaines and his report. His report is not going to interfere with our negotiations and our agreements with our former city manager. That's all I wanted to say.
Mr.
Chair, oh, sorry.
We have to end this. We're
I
not
have a
going back
question
and
about
forth all
this
night. That's
before
not
we
going
end
to
it.
happen.
Question.
Yes, question from our.
Yeah, Attorney Nguyen. So I guess if we vote, if we're saying he needs to have an opportunity to be interviewed, are we violating anything within the separation agreement that we provided him?
Wait, before you answer, as I understood Mr. Gaines, he said he's interviewed 5 out of 6. So that would include, in my opinion, the city manager, and this last person here would be the 6th person. So I'm not sure what the discussion is about whether to interview the.
Can I try to
former city
clarify that
manager.
for you, Council, Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
But make it quick.
I'll do my best. I apologize. Okay. There's a potential conflict of interest between Mr. Evans' contract where it basically says he cannot disparage anyone. You know, there's standard language that says you can't say anything negative about people. And in the nature of this investigation, it will require some good, some bad evaluations within the former city manager's role as city manager of those employees. So that's my concern. If it's the council and the city attorney's position that there's no issue, that's fine. I just wanted to bring it before the council to put it on the record because I had
Okay,
concerns.
it's on the record, and now any further discussion about legal matters need to be directed to our city attorney. We're not gonna sit here and talk legal.
When,
Hey,
Mr. Attorney,
we
I mean,
need to
Mr.
end this.
Chair, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, so Ms. Nguyen, do we need to make a motion saying that we are asking for him to do his part, but we do not want to, with that, it may violate, I guess, the separation agreement, but we won't hold him harmful?
No,
I don't know. Can she answer that, please?
Mr. Evans is listed in the scope of work as being interviewed or recorded. My understanding is that that has already happened.
Right.
Because there were 6 affected individuals, as Mr. Guyton pointed out, and we know that there's 1 who has not. So I'm assuming that he already has. If he needs further assistance from Mr. Evans, that's Mr. Evans' choice. It's not necessarily about, we can't mandate that he do it, but that's he can back out. He can say, I don't want any part of this anymore, or he can continue to participate. I would not get, that just has to be his choice. I wouldn't get into telling him that we'll waive parts of the agreement or any of that.
Okay, Councilwoman.
So that was going to be my follow-up.
Davis,
Anything he may have said disparaging or anything that he did in his role as city manager, that's past tense. That was before he was, when let go or what have you, or contract not renewed. So all of that has already happened. So, right? So.
Okay, so the issue is moved. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
carry that motion. We need to move on now. Thank you, Attorney Gaines.
Thank you, Council.
Ms. Jenkins, we were on trying to decide whether we were going to have a national, regional, or local, search.
Correct.
And it was now, you had finished your presentation?
I have.
Now it's up to the council to decide, do we want to go nationally, regionally, or locally?
Chair,
Yes,
I mean, why we can't do all 3?
we can do all 3.
Yeah, I think that we should just do all 3, that we.
Well, national is all 3.
Right.
Yeah, national, so, yeah.
Nationally, would that include local and regional?
It would,
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so can I entertain a motion for us to go nationally on our search?
Second.
Wait, no. I need a motion.
I'll make the motion that we do a national search for a city manager.
Moved by Vice Chair Spiritus, seconded by whom?
By me,
By Councilwoman Lanier.
Yes.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, it is.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
So, we've been through, many of us have been through this several times, and what I've found is that a lot of times when we do the national, sometimes people have intentions of, you might know who you want to give it to already, or you may know you want to stay local, but, it sounds good for us to say we want to go national so that we can have a lot to pick from. But with that, as you see, is a cost. So I think we need to be realistic in, what our intentions are. If you truly want to get people that, are outside or considered outsiders, if you don't, then we don't need to waste the money if you really want to just stay locally. And then I'm simply saying that because I've seen us go and do nationals, but you don't want someone that's an outsider. I know a lot of times we like to say, homegrown, or, people who left and come back, let's take a look at them. And so maybe we need, if that's what the intention is, then that's what we need to do, and not, play games and spend money where we don't have to, and do a national search. But if you truly want to have an opportunity to pick someone that's an outsider, then I'm for it. But I'm just saying we don't need to waste the money or the time if we're not really truly wanting to get someone possibly from outside.
Chair.
So noted. Vice Chair Spiritus.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the mayor, Mayor Lawson, did you hold a workshop or a town hall meeting where you received input from the community on how they wanted us to proceed on this?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Spiritus. The community was about 93% that they wanted to see a national search. That was the majority of the feedback. It was not a limited room, but it was a sample of just kind of some of the residents that did attend, and what I've heard just from the engagement that they did want to see a national search.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
And I can certainly understand community people saying that a national search is what should be done. And I would agree with that. However, I know that's not how it really goes. And so that's why I'm saying, yeah, of course, people are going to say, do a national search, get a good pot, to pick from. But in reality, that is not how it happens. And so don't play with people's money and time when we don't have to, if you already know what you want to do. So yeah, we want to go with what the people are saying, but it does not work that way. So to say that, well, the people want national search, of course they do, because they genuinely think the process will be, you're going to pick the best person regardless of if they're an outsider or a local. So again, you have the choice.
Okay.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it, but it's just, that doesn't typically play out
Okay,
that way.
and we can just vote it up or down. Councilwoman Davis Pretnier, then we're gonna vote.
No, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because I definitely want the right person.
Okay.
It doesn't.
All right.
Hopefully, it'll be a change this time.
Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Dr. Spiritus?
Yes.
Chairperson Guyton?
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Okay, and the last item, Dr. Spiritus wanted to correct the transcription of the last meeting.
Right. Chair, I just want to clarify the motion that I made with reference to reimbursing employees for legal fees in matters concerning working for the city. When I made my resolution, I made a motion to amend the original resolution that was presented to us for reimbursement only if the person wins their case. I then all of us heard from Attorney Nguyen with respect to a two-pronged matter under state law and that their case had to be for public purpose and to arise in connection with the scope of their official duties, and I amended my motion to include that. I didn't change my motion. I didn't change the original basis of my motion. I just added that onto the motion. And then we also added onto it that the individual advancement of $75,000 was going to be waived. We had the right to do that under state law based by the comments of Attorney Nguyen and her opinion. So that was my motion. It was all of those. I just want to make that clear, and I think
It's so
that...
noted.
Okay, thank you.
So noted on the record. Mr. City Manager, discussion at the end of the meeting. Do you have anything?
Mr. Chairman, I will be requesting a special session to discuss with the council the ramifications of the recent state legislature action on ad valorem taxes, and to give a complete, have a complete discussion concerning our finances and the ramifications.
Okay, sounds good. Ms. City Attorney.
Yes, I have the announcement of a closed executive session. Pursuant to Florida Statute 286.0118D, public meetings and records, and in a desire to obtain advice concerning litigation, I'm requesting a time that the City Council/USD Board is available for a closed executive session in the matter of Closed Construction LLC versus City of Riviera Beach Utility Special District, case number 4D2023-0051. Outside counsel, along with the city attorney, is seeking a closed door session to discuss current appellate litigation. And there, I would like to hold a closed executive session on tomorrow, June 4th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. at the Marina Event Center, 190 East 13th Street, Riviera Beach, Florida, 33404. Those persons in attendance will be myself, City Attorney Dawn Nguyen, and/or Assistant City Attorney Jason Tracy, Appellate Counsel F. Malcolm Cunningham Jr., Mayor Douglas Lawson, members of the City Council/USD Board, Interim City Manager William E. Wilkins, and a Florida court reporter authorized by the state of Florida.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, any closing comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 1434, I was going to see if staff could bring back the properties that will be impacted by this Senate bill. That is going to be a major bill that's going to impact local rule, home rule, and how we actually maneuver. So if we can have at the next meeting a discussion and also a report for the board on Senate
Wait,
bill.
hold on. I think you stepped up, but the city manager just asked for a special meeting. What was that the issue that you wanted to discuss at the special meeting, Mr. Manager?
I want to discuss the ad valorem tax legislation.
Is that the Avalon?
No.
No.
This is bypassing certain ordinances where development, it's a caveat or an addition to live local, an additional where we don't have to go through zoning. So that's where the Senate Bill 1434 is going to really impact parcels of land over 5 acres. And I just want to get a full report for the board because it's going to change how we attack certain pieces of land in the city. And we have to talk about how do we process that. So I want that to come back to us. And then also YIGBY, seeing how quickly we can get back information on Yes in God's Backyard. A lot of churches are being approached by developers, and I think that's something that this board needs to have a discussion and also a policy of how we're going to proceed with that, because churches are actually in the process of working with developers for that process as well. And then the special events policy, we'll talk about that as well separately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Nothing.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you, Mayor Lawson. We actually had been in.
Wait a minute.
I said Councilwoman.
over there. Oh, I'm sorry.
I said Councilwoman Miller Anderson. I jumped to the other end. Okay.
Who were you calling, me or her?
Yeah, I called you. I went out of line like I normally do.
Okay.
But go ahead. Yeah, I called you.
Okay, I'm good though. But,
You good?
if
No
I need
comment?
to say something, I'll say something.
Okay. Ms. Lanier, Councilwoman Lanier.
We have our monthly education committee meeting next week for 6:00 p.m. Brooks Center. Education Advisory Committee meeting.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Spiritus.
I would just like to advise the board that I've been working with the county and the city manager with reference to the sand renourishment needs on Singer Island. As you know, we have a very desperate situation there with erosion and with the county, with our needs of the county to assist us in funding the sand renourishment on the dunes. And that's a very important project, especially with hurricane season approaching right now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Davis Bernier.
I just want to say, Mayor, thank you for that. Actually meeting with our Assistant City Manager about the YIGBY tomorrow, hopefully. But I also want to let any graduating senior or those that are on the way to college or in college that our scholarship, the Riviera Beach City Council, the scholarship is now open until mid-July. So make sure you check the website and apply for the scholarships for college.
Chair, I do have one thing.
Okay, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Can we get an update on the utility issue project that's going on 20th and H Avenue West, and actually the whole street of 20th, and then at 20th and H Avenue West? It's been going on for about a week or two, but I don't recall seeing any information as to what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And that date is June the 11th for the Education Advisory Committee meeting.
Okay. I have no comments. This meeting is adjourned.